Some painting. Oh, right, so I need to change this thing. Let's go to this and then change the thingies. I wonder if there's a way to do this before, but I'll be honest, it kind of feels nice that it's like a little, just a little routine, positive. Painting, warhammer, / possible model giveaway. Brackets, hopefully. This is a few description. So I want to give away a kit, but want to chat about my idea to not break YouTube TOS. Come help me out. Come help me out. Help me out. Also, painting. Hashtag. Give it to me. Hashtag. Warhammer. Hashtag. Good. This one. This one. That's it, right? So once that's saved, we can get cracking. I haven't actually thought too far ahead of what we're going to do. Kind of spoiled the choice, really. Let's be honest. That should be that. We are good. Just change that to that. We're good. I'm really enjoying myself, man. I don't know, you can probably tell that I'm really enjoying myself. Change to that. There we go. We're good. I can come sit down. Man, I'm really enjoying myself. Oh, now on here. Well, I mean, it's another not usual time, so I'm not even going to worry about that. Hopefully, a couple of the people will be on who were on before. But I say we just immediately jump into it. What I've noticed, what I've discovered is if you immediately paint something, let's go with this in a bad and black. If you immediately do something, it definitely helps you out. That is for sure. I just use my vortex mixer. Don't need any. Let's go over to here and grab you. And just get a bit of black on this base. Just so we can start, you know? Just so we can start. I'm going to move my coffee ever so slightly. I don't know if people are going to join at this time, because it is such an out of the ordinary time for me to be. Now, I know this is really thick. I'm going to like smear it round. But I just basically took the whole dollop that I would use on the brush in one go, rather than even using the wet palette, in an attempt to simply just smear it round. So I know it's going to go on rather thick, but I suspect we're going to be just fine with that. If I just go like that, there we go, base coated. So he needs eyes, but I've done the base already, so I might just let him dry. I'm not overly concerned about getting paint on the Lazy Susan, because I'd rather it gets used than be immaculate, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, if it was being just for photos or something, maybe, but I just like that I get to use it every day, and that I've got a justifiable reason for using the Susan. One person, do I know you? Or are you a random sitting on your toilet looking at shorts? I think you might be a random sitting on toilet. But, oh, they're gone. And they didn't even hear me talking about them. That's the thing. It doesn't even get through in time. So that's the thing. Before I can entice them into staying, they're already gone. But I'm going to not look at that. What I want to do, though, is I want to grab out this guy. I want to work on the browns. Because we discovered yesterday we've got a good brown. And there's another painting thing as well. Coloured metallics. because we got the Vans, they're called Vansar, right? That's in Hive Secundus, the Vansar guys. They've got like metallic green armor. So I was like, why not just add an ink to, like, I was going to do Lead Belcher, but I think the Runefang Steel would be a better option. Why not just add that to that and then have a metallic green effect? Because I've never done coloured metallics before. And I feel like that would be really something. So I'm going to get some of the old Skag Browns out and we just crack on. A little bit messy here from yesterday. Yesterday's stream was really fun. I really liked it. Got a little bit tired towards the end, but it was really late. But that was a fun stream. I really enjoyed myself on that one. There's something about it. It's quite the fact-finding mission to go through streaming and to make it feel normal and natural. And it's really nice. It really appeals to me because it has that sense of progress. And I do notice a development. I do notice, like, how can I explain it? Like, there's definitely a change or changes that occur, and it starts to feel a little bit different. It's definitely the case. Let's get this brown on now. So I had trouble in yesterday's stream finding certain colours, and it turns out that I've got a big old box of paints that I just had forgotten about. So I managed to find it just before coming on. I do like a tiny bit of prep work before starting live streams, but it's not a lot. It's like, find this model, take a look for that. Did I find that? I did jot down a few ideas before bed, which when someone comes on who's interested in talking about it, I can talk about, but I don't want to rabbit on about it too much. This Skag Brown is definitely the way to go with the browns. It makes them more fun in that they weren't fun at all prior to finding this idea, but we wouldn't have found it if I hadn't have been doing the streams. So, and that was another one of the points, get better at painting. I feel like I've got as good as I can doing things the way I've been doing them. So now this was metal. I painted this bit metal before because it was a bit of arm that I had just forgotten, but now I can get away with painting it brown now that I've got the brown out. And I won't have to do it red either, so we can just pretend like it's a full surround wrist guard sort of thing on this. So we can just get in there, and then what we get to do then is the edge highlighting. This will actually, if this brown is as good as I think it is, I might actually have to crack what I thought was the done one of these out of the cabinet and do the browns on this. I am going to do this too. It's such a nice brown. I don't know why I didn't use it sooner. It might even be my favourite brown, frankly. So it's a bit of a treat. Yeah, it's just nice. I like it. I like it a lot. It's definitely my fave. So I'm just going to crack on painting. We might get someone come on, maybe, but the fact that people aren't coming on simply tells me that we haven't reached out to enough people yet, which will bring me to the giveaway idea. But we have to have someone on before we can start chatting about that. I'm not going to talk about it to myself. A little bit of brown there. We've got a little bit of overlap of silver there, so I can just clean that up too. Right, we've missed one on the old ankle. We've missed one down here. There we go. I don't mind people coming and going, because what that tells me is that it is popping up on other people's shorts. So at least it's nice that that's happening. I don't know if YouTube algorithm loves me or not, but the fact that people are popping on and then disappearing makes me think that something's going on. I don't pretend to understand the ins and outs, but I will take it regardless. So there's that one there. Just clean up a little bit under there. Some. Right, we need a little bit more paint on this brush, and maybe even a better painting position as well. Oh, spine. But my back is not hurting because of sitting here just for a few minutes. It's because of these friggin' deadlifts. I never knew I was so out of shape until I started doing deadlifts, frankly. If you don't deadlift, I think you might have to start, because honestly, before doing the deadlifts, I thought I was in relatively good shape, but then starting deadlifts, it just, your body's just screaming like you haven't used these muscles much at all. So I was just like, oh well, okay, gotta keep doing those then. Let's continue. So got the brown done on that hand, both leg bits, both bands. This, what are these wrist things, what are these wrist guards called? Bracers? I think they're bracers. I think they're for archers, right? Or just in general armor. They might just be in general armor, like if someone, so you can turn a blade away and it doesn't just scratch your arm instead. I think they're not just for archers. So I'm just going to cover that up a bit. It's nice that I found it. If I can make brown, doing all these little fiddly brown strap details fun, then that will definitely have a knock-on effect, because so many Games Workshop models have a little bit of brown strap on them. So if I can turn that around and make that the fun bit, go for it, painting. Hey buddy, how you doing? Your first message. Hello. We've had some people come and go. No one's chatted until now. How are you doing? Can I pick your brains on something? Can I ask you a question? Well, I'm just going to ask the question. Did I rabbit on too much about table trades in yesterday's stream? I was worried that I ranted on too much about table trades. You can tell me. You can say if I did. It's fine. I'm actively asking for constructive criticism. Don't worry, I won't get bent out of shape and go, oh, you said I did. I'm going to turn off the stream. I won't do anything like that. I'm just super curious because I got a little bit paranoid before turning in yesterday. But also, let me know what you're up to. What are you up to today? Anything good in particular? Okay, it says 0 on the stream, but I know you're still here. I know you're still here. I know you haven't left. Unless my paranoia was correct, and yet you've left because I mentioned it again, and you're just a furious cauldron of rage. It could be that. Maybe that's confirmed. Paranoia is a horrible creature, you know? That your own mind can do that too, yeah? There we go. There's that one and that one and that one. I think that's all of them, right? Ah, no, look here. There's a bit here. Teeny tiny bit there. I do want to get someone off the Lazy Susan today, and I reckon we're going to get the Iron Warrior off, and I reckon we're going to get one of the Ravagers off. So that would be good to get them off the Lazy Susan. And to be honest, I feel like this guy will probably ascend as well. It would be nice to have a little bit more space on the Susan for something new. You know? That's it. So I think I sent too many questions go for its way. Sorry about that, dude. If you see this, I'm sorry about that. I pinged. I was just excited to chat. I pinged you too many questions, didn't I? Do apologise. Do apologise, buddy. I wanted to ask you... Oh, no, I'm immediately following with another question. Do you have a channel called Go For It Painting? I'm curious about that. Like, do you want to give it a little... I think people can do shout-outs on here if they want to. I think I'm all right with that. But you're not here, so I'm just simply asking no one a question. Brown, 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 done, done, done. That's all of them, right? Yeah. Still got to figure something out with the hair, but I think we're going to go black and then do what we did with this one. I think we're going to go just like that for the hair on these. I mean, I guess I could go brown and then highlight it white. Should we, whilst we've just got this, work this into the nooks and crannies? Or is that too light? Maybe that's too light. Well, we've kind of committed now, haven't we? So we're going to do this. I can leave some of the black. But it looks like we've committed to this. The hair was awful. Anyway, the old style of doing it was just terrible. It was basically what I just did. That was basically all it was going to be. So I will take anything over that. So this is the third rendition of trying to do this fur correctly. And I'm just not sure if we're going to get to the point we want to get to with this. There we go. Much better. I reckon it will be an improvement from what was before, because what was before was awful. So I will take it. We can just see it as an attempt, you know. There's a ratio apparently of 60-30-10 that you should adhere to with color schemes on models. You know, when you look at a model that you've painted and it feels a bit janky, apparently that ratio really helps. So the fact that I've gone with a brown and not a different color might help it out, and tie it together overall, maybe. But all I know is that I really like these demons. They're my first attempt for my corn stuff, so I really want to get them right. The red is fine, like doing the flesh, like I've got that to a stage where I'm really happy with it. I mean, there's always room for improvement, but at this point, but then once I get these guys done, I can move into the other models that I have with confidence. But I wanted to do these guys because these were like my test batch, my first guys to give a go to. So, and I also happen to think they're lovely models, but they're definitely going to be a proxy in 40k. I don't know what demon they could proxy. I mean, in theory, they could they could be a spawn. They could represent a spawn on the table. I know they're all wiggly wobbly and all like little amalgamations of flesh, but they could be a spawn. They could be spawn proxy. In fact, that is what they might initially be. But if they're not spawn proxy, what could they be as well? They could be those big corn berserker marines. They could be those. They're on the same size base. They could be those proxies, whatever they're called. They're not called berserkers. 8-bound, is that the one I'm thinking of? I think it's 8-bound. So the question is, should I go over this with an ink? Maybe not. Maybe not. Just pop that on. The white has left a little divot, and he looks like he's got a janky eye in there. Can you see that ever so slightly at the back? No, you can't actually. So maybe that jankiness isn't, because it's just a hole where the ink pulled and left a little crevice. It's amazing how much just changing that hair has changed it up. There we go. Now the horns are another issue. I don't know what to do with those. I'm still stuck on those ones. I'm not sure what to do with the horns. But he is now brownified in the new brown. So yeah, he's now brownified. He just needs some edge highlights and some inks. So let's pop him down, let him dry. Let's get this guy up, because his scrag brown layer is a little bit light. So I'm going to just bring this up a little bit. I feel like it can use just another coat. It was very watered down when it went on, but I just think it could benefit from just another coat on this guy. There we go. Now, I've got the same issue with this guy as I do with the hair on the other guy, in that I don't know how to do this lapel, or what colour to do it as well, actually. I'm pretty sure the inside of this jacket would be a different colour, but let's give it a coat of brown so it's got something, at least. And then go. That's too much paint. Let's just build this up a little bit more. It won't take much, because we want to leave some of the previous layer visible. We don't want to cover it up too much. A little bit is fine. Just warm up this coat. The boots are definitely different. The boots are definitely the boots that the regular guys have. So I'm going to have to look up the colour, what colour those boots are. I know that they're not going to be brown. There we go. That brings him up to... Oh no, there's a little bit in there, isn't there? There's just that little bit in there. That if I'm going to do, it's got to be now, before the backpack gets painted. I need to get the paint in there. There we go. He's a nice little model. The yellow's probably going to need to get touched up at some point, but he's all right. I'm going to pop that brush in there now, and then... Oh, I have myself a little bit of cup of coffee. Yum. Man, I practically run on coffee. I love the stuff. But I've got really back into my teas. But it's only English breakfast builder's tea, which is 2 tea bags. That's the one for me. I don't need anything else. Like, builder's tea is just the nicest tea. But as I would describe myself as a bacon sandwich man, builder's tea is just right up my alley. A cup of tea, builder's tea, and a egg, bacon, and sausage butty, or roll, even better, in a bit of French bread, a bit of baguette. That is wonderful. I don't know why it's not. Well, I guess Subway can't do that. They wouldn't fry eggs on the go. It's too much of a logistical nightmare. But sausage, bacon, and eggs combination. I don't know what it is about putting those three foodstuffs together, but it's just delicious. On my way to uni, there used to be a van that did those butties in the morning, and it was just so nice to have one of those in the morning. Just really sets you up. Okay, so he's browned. Still got some brown on the palette. You know what? I am going to crack the one out of the. I am going to crack the one out of the display. I am going to redo his browns. I can show you what the old hair looked like. So I thought this guy was finished, but he's not. So this is the old hair, and if you look at that old hair, all that tells me is that I didn't know what I was doing, and so I kind of gave up on it. But if we redo his browns and the hair, the horns again, I haven't got that one figured out, but we're going to redo him as well. Whilst we're here, let me just finish this coffee. Oh. Right, I need another brush. I will take you. See, look, this brush is in terrible condition. But I like practicing with the crappy brushes. You know, having a little bit of risk when painting. I will do edge highlighting soon. I'm just going to get these bits done. Now, the issue I find is that I'm not systematic with going through the bits. Like, I'll do a bit and then miss one. And the worst one is when you've changed out the paints in the brush and then you find a bit that still needs a bit of the previous colour. That is one of my little pet peeves. I hate it when I miss something. But I get sidetracked and then I miss a bit. But I guess it's pretty common, I guess. Well, I'd like to think it's common. It might just be a me thing. Maybe. That's metallic, so this bit only. What I noticed is when I did the edge highlighting on the ogre, I didn't go fast enough. I've clearly sped up with edge highlighting, so I think the confidence is there now to pick up the pace. As with anything, as you improve, you do get a lot faster. I'm about as fast as I've ever been when it comes to edge highlighting, and I no longer feel super intimidated, only at certain points, like when it's pushing the top end of my skill level, which for the record isn't that high. Like, I haven't been doing that much edge highlighting for anybody to bring themselves up to the same speed. So if you are intimidated by edge highlighting, I'd heavily recommend getting yourself an orc model, because you can do the freehand stuff and you can do some edge highlighting, and if it messes up, you can just cover it up, because orcs really can be anything. So that's my recommendation if you want to get some practice in. Orcs, and then to a lesser extent Death Guard if you really don't like orcs. But as far as learning painting, orcs have proven invaluable. So let's do the hooves. A little bit of brown there. Skag brown. Oh, so if I'm getting brown on the base, you won't even notice it. I don't think I even need to worry about that if a tiny bit of brown goes on the base. I'm not even remotely concerned about that. So yeah, so these guys could be spawn proxies or 8-bound proxies, if the other person I'm playing with is okay with it. I do like proxies, because if you're going to spend so much time on painting, like, you sure as heck want to use it. And I know there's a different school of thought with painting with regards to tournaments. Like, you just want to get any old colours on them just so that they're ready to go into the game, because they're learning the rules, and well, not even learning the rules, but playing the game itself is your main interest. And there's that whole other side that I want to start doing, because if I don't start playing, I'm never going to play. Do you know what I mean? So I should definitely start. And we are moving in that direction. I reckon before the end of the year, I will be at least with one game system playing something. That's what I reckon. That's hair. So that's... Oh, hang on a second. Talking of missing bits, there's the tail here. That bit. That needs doing. Right. Right there. And then there's the hair on the legs. And there's a little bit of silver there that I've missed, so I'm going to get that as well. And then we need to do these bits here. This one. So it might need an ink on the hair just to separate it out from... Maybe. You know what? I'm not sure. I haven't decided at that point. I'm not sure. Maybe yes, maybe yeah, no. I'm not sure. But as long as we just... Like I say, from what it looked like, I'll take even a small improvement I will take over what it was. There we go. Now you can go back to drying. Whoop. What I find is when I find a colour scheme I really like, I end up doing it on everything. So I need more strings to my bow in respect to having different schemes to paint. But I'm glad I found this one because I don't like so much just slapping an ink over a base coat. But lead belcher and gold with null oil, that stuff really works. That stuff is good. That I am very happy with. And you combine that with an Iron Warriors army and you've got a lot of easy painting ahead of you. Like, it's not an issue at all. So I like that, to be honest. Let's go here. Just a little bit here. Now, it looks like there's a little bit here that's fabric that got painted red. So I'm going to just take the opportunity to fix that bit, which is that bit there. See that bit there? I think that's not flesh but fabric right there. So that's a little bit better. There we go. Hopefully we will hear from Francois today, because I want to ask him the same question I asked Go For It, because I'm a bit curious on that one. Then we go in here. And the sword's already got a gold handle, which is fine. So I've clearly done it once already. Like I said, I thought this one was done, but the opportunity to up the paint quality was just too much to miss. Here we go. No mistakes yet, really. Been pretty easy. Okay, there's a little bit of hair under there, so let's do that as well. And then whilst we're here, this leg. And we can see this right away needs some attention. Covered up the ink recesses quite a lot there. So that's something to be a little bit cautious of. This hair here. There we go. So I need to be a little bit more careful about that. I don't want to completely mess up the little details. But hair going into flesh, I feel like you can be a little bit more casual with the colours bleeding over, because it is flesh and hair, so I don't think I need to worry about mucking that up too much. The little tuft. Where are we at? That's waist done, right? It looks like it's waist done. Waist down, done. I'm not going to worry too much about in there, but what I will do is I will just whack ever so slightly a little bit in there. And underneath there, and I think that's fine. Okay, so we do this. So realistically, what is it? It's the hair, the handle. Let's do this bit whilst we're here. Doesn't even need to be a lot, just a little. There we go. Again, not many much in the way of mistakes. I think painting every day has Oh, well, I say that, but I just made a mistake. But I'm just going to gloss over that. I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm just going to pretend it didn't happen. La, 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 la. Didn't make a mistake. I said no mistakes, and then mistake got made. I have painted these rivets metallic already, but, I mean, I'm not going to do them again, because I think it's a bit excessive. What I'll do is I'll just leave them brown, and we can just pretend that the studs are, like, in the leather, you know, as opposed to punched into the surface. So we need to just do this little bit of banner here, this little bit here. There we go. So strap, strap, strap. Hair isn't done, handle of this weapon, and this wrist, right? And then we're on the head. That's what it looks like to me. So let's do the handle. Where's the third one? That's a good question. Oh, he's up here. Okay, I've got him up there. Handle. But again, leave some of the darker brown through. I don't think I'm at the point where I can be saying, hey, this is a good way to paint and doing tutorials. I feel like it's more like sharing the mistakes, share some knowledge point. I don't think I'm in any way, shape or form a leading authority on painting. I like doing it, but I wouldn't say I'm at a point where I would call myself even semi-professional. I'm a little bit off beginner, I would say, if I was to personally describe my abilities. So you won't be seeing any painting tutorials from me as of yet. I might share with you little things I've discovered, but yeah, definitely not professional painter, I would say. I would say not by a long shot. Just enthusiastic hobbyist would be the words. Bum, 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 bum. And then we need to do some here. There we go. So there's that one, that one, that one. Ah, the front straps have not been done. So let's get in and do those. These here, not been done. Oh, that was quite the slip. But I didn't hit anything other than brown bits, so that's nice. Just get in and go there. And then here. Good. So what? Hair and chin now. Yeah, hair and chin. That's all. Again, try and leave some of the old brown so I can remind myself of how not doing hair like that. But that's the thing. Like, I got the reds down and I was like, oh, I don't know how to do this hair, so that'll do it. And I just tried to bodge it. But I don't think bodging things ever feels good. Like, if you're just doing it to get it done. Or, that was another slip, but luckily I didn't hit the model. But yeah, I don't think bodging stuff to get done feels good, particularly good, because you look at the model and you see it in your cabinet and you're like, nah, yeah, that's the bit I kind of rushed. Not even rushed, but the kind of bit I didn't know what to do with, so I just kind of stuck any old stuff on. And that's exactly how I feel about this hair on his back. It was a bodge job. I bodged it. It wasn't a good job. Now, the other question is, should I go for Corax White or should I go for like a very light brown? Maybe like even the same brown that's on the leather? Should I do that and just tie it together like that and just have it as more brown? It won't have the hair as a feature, but as it's the weakest part of the model with regards to my skill, maybe I don't want it to stand out. Maybe I should just leave it. Let's have a look at the other guy. He's not got any. So the hair would look like that instead of Corax White, like his trousers. You know what? I think we might do it all over. I think the hair might share the same highlights as the leather, because we already have the paint on the brush, and I only wanted a modest improvement on the mane. We're calling it a mane? It can be a mane. I only wanted a modest improvement on it, so I'll take it. I think I'll take that route. And it was, what was it? Not Armageddon Dust, it was Zandri Dust. Zandri Dust is a nice colour. It's a great colour to start base coating Tau if you want to do Tau. That's what I've gone with them. I've gone Xandri dust. So that's what I was thinking on that one. Whoop. That's that done. Chin done. Mane done. Yeah, that's good. He's ready. Let's get him drying. On you go. And then let's grab out the third one whilst we've got a bit of a rhythm going. You're up here. So again, you can see the old browns. It just doesn't hit. It just doesn't hit right. So I am gonna do the same. I think they will ultimately look a lot better for it. And as I've already spent the time on it to this point, why not? So I guess we're starting on this arm. I should have done bottom up like I did on the last one. That seemed to work quite well as far as not missing spots is concerned. I'm going to start a new brush as well. Let's take this one. There we go. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Whoop. I mean, I could just put the Skag Brown on and leave it at that, and it would be an improvement over what I tried to do with this. I didn't like it at all. So I am pretty happy that I decided to do this on this guy. Zap, zap, zap. And then this little bit here. And whilst I'm here, I might as well get this chin bit done. But I think I'm definitely gonna miss a spot somewhere. So we're gonna have to check over it, make sure, double sure. Before we get to the end. If someone wants to, they've already gone. No one's fancying a chat at this time. So like it's late at night for US, early in the morning for here in Finland. So, and it's the first time I've been on at this time. And so people just won't think to check. But we haven't actually established specific times of streaming because we've been doing it for such a small amount of time. But even so, it's more streaming than I've done in the past year, I'd say. I think the coming and going is a natural phenomenon. And that, for the most part, that is what will occur. So that's my lesson, right? That's what I've learned, is that I think it's not a case of they don't like you, they've moved on. I think it's on shorts and they're just accustomed to just blitzing through quickly. That's what I think it is. If it doesn't immediately grab you, if you don't get that immediate dopamine, then you're off. You know, you're on to the next one. That's why I had to stop watching shorts, guys. It was ruining my attention. But I was able to tap out of it because there was a point where I didn't have to be constantly joined by a phone, being old and all. And I kind of feel a bit bad for younger people. They've got a harder time of it because it just grabs you. It's addictive. You know, it is addictive. So good luck with that one. I think the people who are going to be worst off, I reckon in 5 years, you're starting to see it anyway. Like Finland has banned the phones in schools, which is a very smart idea. But I reckon in 5 years' time, you'll see it as we really did this generation a real disservice, just letting this stuff loose on them. And I think it's going to hurt them later on. I think they're not going to be able to concentrate on things. I think it's going to be a toughie. That's what I reckon anyway. But it's nice to get away. I find myself less on my phone. My phone got old and it was a bit broke, so I just wasn't using it because it wouldn't hold charge. And then the new phone the case didn't come for ages, so I didn't use it often. And I've kind of just stuck with it. And it's really nice to not not be constantly on my phone. It's really nice. I feel like there's a certain amount of normalness that's returned. That combined with... But ironically, I'm sitting here looking at my phone. So go figure. That's a little bit of a quandary. This is going to be bone, but I'm going to paint it brown anyway as well. And we've got these little bits. I don't want to hit the mail too hard, the chain mail, because it's already metallic. So I'll just go for a tiny bit of brown on there. It doesn't have to be a lot, just a tad. Yeah, there we go. Up. Then I'll go a little bit there. I'm not going to worry about that star medallion too much, but neither am I going to paint it. So I'll just leave it, so at least it stands out a little bit compared to all the brown. Done, done, done. Waistband. Waistband, you mean belt. There we go, and then just a little bit on that. There's a skull there, but it's metallic. I'm going to leave that. That's fine. These guys are kind of like pre and post streaming as well, because I was painting these, but they defeated me, and they had resigned themselves to my draw of half-painted models. But thanks to the stream, they've been able to come back out, and I've been able to push past it. There's definitely a point when painting models that you get a bit stumped, and it could go either way. It could go in a draw, or you can figure it out. And streaming really helps with the pushing past, because you can throw your ideas off another person, and it really does help. Our K9 has been really, really helpful in that respect. Yeah, he's a decent dude. Or girl, I don't know. I assume dude. I shouldn't assume. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one up here. But this is where I'm going to start. I'm starting to get away from where I was. So this is where I think I'll start to mess it up if I'm not careful. I need to not miss brown bits. But we're getting to the point where we're kind of... What did I just come by? Well, I mean, you know, I appreciate you asking. What, you know, some dude sitting in a wardrobe. This is what it is. I mean, what, you've never seen a grown-ass man sitting in a wardrobe before? Huh? You make it sound like it's odd. You make it sound like, what, doesn't everyone sit in a wardrobe? Huh? Doesn't everyone? I'm going to wait for a reply. Hi, yeah, it's me. Hello. Yeah? Yeah, it's me. It is, yeah, it's definitely me. Hello. By that, I feel like we've met before. I'm getting that impression. Yeah, it's me. Hello. Yeah, it's actually me. Ant! Oh, no way. Hello, Ant. How you doing? Yeah, here I am. How you doing? Man, how are you? What have you been up to? I've seen you. We kind of talked ever so briefly on Discord, but we haven't... The times we've been on haven't quite matched up, have they, buddy? As far as games are concerned, so OTC died. The multiplayers died. They've had a 6-month long shutdown because they've been having technical issues. Me, Ant, and Vic have been talking about playing Elite Dangerous or No Man's Sky as a jump-in, jump-out game. And also, me and Ant have... No, not Ant. You're Ant. Me and Dan's have been talking about playing Age of Empires 3, but he hasn't followed through on that. And we've also talked about playing any Dawn of War versus each other. But yeah, well, what have you been up to, man? Whoop. Whilst you respond, I'm just going to nip out and pop the kettle on. But yeah. Foxhole. That's been mentioned a few times. That's like Company of Heroes, right? It's like a Company of Heroes, but where... Oh, no, you told me about it. It's where every shell and bullet is manufactured by players. Is that right? Could I just be a manufacturing guy in that game? Out of interest. Let's see if Ant's responded. 5 dedicated factory boys. All right, Ant. Yep, sounds good. You tend to that business. You tend to that business. I'll see you in a bit. So much detail. There we go. No worries, Ant. No worries. No rush, bud. No rush. Come and go as you please, buddy. It's all good. You don't have to be here. It's more about painting the models, so it's all good. I'm just going to move this out of the way so I can get my coffee down there. There we go. Coffee. But that awkward prang of being like no one's on the stream, it is easing, like that is dissipating, because you can console yourself with sometimes there's going to be no people and there's already been more of a success than not doing it, and I'm very happy that does start to dissipate. I'm very happy that that's a thing that starts to go away, in that if once you've had a couple of successes under your belt, you're okay with just no one being there, and I'm very happy about that fact. So let's see where we left off. We did those ones, the horn's done. Let's do the sword. Let's get the torso done. So now this is going on quite thick. I haven't watered it down at all, really. Maybe I should just put a bit of water in that. Just a bit. There we go. Just to ease that off ever so slightly. Although, have I scuppered myself now as a result? I might have scuppered myself. I'm just going to have to be extra attentive with the holes. That's what I'm going to need to be. So, we're here. Oh. It's going to be nice to edge highlight this once we've got this brown on. See, now I've screwed myself there. I've royally screwed myself with putting water in the pigment, because it's not... Yeah, I've royally done myself a disservice there. So don't add any more paint to the brush. You just have to be super, super delicate with it if you want to retain any of those shadows from the old paint job. So I'll just be... This is where it's going to be really iffy. Ooh. That's all right. I can live with that. That's not too shabby. I can live with that. That's fine. That one. This one. As long as I get in and cover that white, I'm not overly concerned about it bleeding out over onto the red, as long as the white's gone. Yeah, those two are a bit iffy. You can see that I didn't ink those and forgot about them, and then came back to do those ones. You can see it. You can see it in how they're painted. Let's do hooves. The fact that I've solved the brown issue is good, because you can see that it's an awful lot of little brown bits on these models. Like, it's a big feature on them, all the straps and hairs and stuff. You can see this leg wasn't done, half done. It's very dark there, or I over inked it. Either way, It just needs a little bit. And there's some hair there that wasn't done at all. So let's just fix that. Check the other leg. There's a little bit in there. Or is there? No, there isn't, so it's brown. But you will never notice that I made that mistake in there. I don't need to wipe that off. You'll never see it in there. It's fine. You'll never know that I painted a bit of flesh over a bit of flesh thinking it to be fur. You never see it. Now that line's a bit ugly. Don't like that line that I just did. So I just stuck a bit of saliva in there and it got rid of it. Here, this one. And just a little bit in there. So arms done, fur on the head. Let's do that. So again, that's the old version of the hair. It just looks, it's such a weak attempt. I just choked and I didn't know what to do. And I didn't like it, but I still followed through and did it on all four anyway. On all three of them anyway. I've also got the Ogroid Myrmidon. I've got both of them. I've got the mage one and I've got the one with the sword and spear. The spear and shield, sorry. The spear and shield one is painted. It's done. But it's not on this. Is it on display? Is it in the cabinet? Let me have a look. I don't see him. He's not in there. Interesting. I really should crack out I should rejiggle my cabinets so they open. I get access to them easier. I could have them so they open inwards towards me here. Maybe that would be the way to go, but it might be a bit tight to get the stuff out. There's something on the end of that particular bit of hair that I don't like. It's really bright, like a bright yellow. Let's just pick that off a bit. See if I can just get away with that. And I can get away with it. There we go. And this bit here. Pop, 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 pop. There's a bit of horn earring thing there, but it's just going to be brown. I'm not gonna metallic that. Or if I could, because I've got to do these bits anyway, so I will have gold. But well, let's just see when we get there. You know, maybe it's all right, maybe it's not. I reckon I will probably paint over it if I remember, but if it just goes brown, if we just do it brown and I don't remember, then it won't look out of place. If I don't notice it, then it's safe to say that it didn't look out of place on the model. So, you know, we don't even need to, I don't even need to worry about it. I think you've got to give up on some details, like, unless you're going like super slick, painting competition win kind of thing, I guess. I don't think I'll enter painting competitions. I don't think I'll measure up at all. But I like events where you can just take along anything and show them off. I like those events, but not so much. Although they did prizes at the last one I went to, so I don't know. Maybe I do have to just go in for it and just enter, and then I get to share and talk about it. Maybe that's the way to go. Boop, boop. There we go, that one, and then there's quite a big bit of silver there. I'm going to have to just brown that because the silver does really stand out on the red. Okay, so what have we got left? Let's just take a quick look. I reckon it's that and the axe handle itself, and it would appear that that's all that's left on this one. And then we are on edge highlighting, or we can pick up something else. I can pick up a different model, that's fine. The eyes on the Iron Warrior will be dry now, so we can do the eyes. Maybe I'll do the eyes, get those done. They just need a smidge of something. I think it's going to be Gauze Blaster Green, but we need something to bring them up a little bit in brightness. So let's just do these two bits. Something about Scrag Brown, it leaves enough of the... It leaves a lot of the previous layer through. It's really useful for that fact. It goes on really thin. And I don't know why it does. Are some pigments just easier to get one coat on? I guess black, for example, yeah. Let's pop some on here. Oh, that's a lot. Oh well. We're committed now. Let's just go there, there, and there, and there. I'm sitting in a really weird position. Wow. No. A little bit more, please. Now, I've got a little bit of leftover brown as well, but I don't have anything that really requires anything. Ah, actually, I do. I can use up the brown. We've got the ogres, haven't we? So we can use it up on them. And that won't take long to do. But we can get them started. And I've even already got them here in the cupboard, so... Right, that's enough brown. Brown, done. You are up to speed. Fantastic. No space on the Susan, you'll have to live next door. Oh, coffee sip. Oh. Ah. Let's do the ogre's trousers. So again, the good thing about these trousers is that you don't have to be too... I think ogres are a great middleman. Like orcs first, because you can make any mistake. But these ogres are really just a nice one to go into next. Ah, so this guy actually has metal on the bottoms of his boots, so I am going to leave those on. The other one just had leather boots, but I'm gonna just I'm not going to worry about it too much because I'm going to be doing the flesh anyway. So let's just get the grey covered, and as long as I leave those metal bits of the booties alone, it's fine. Main thing is to cover up the grey. This is Mechanicus Standard Grey spray. It's a little darker than the one I like to use. I like to use grey here, but I had a little bit left over in the can, and I was like, I don't know which grey to go for with these guys, so I was just like, use the one that I use the least, I guess. So that was the decision on that. That's about it. I don't like to base coat in black anymore. When I first started out, base coating in black was my go-to, but I mean, if you look here, like, it's just, I feel like it's a little harder to pick out the details on black. I didn't spray these, but I feel like black is not the way to go. I don't think base coating in black is a good idea at all. I think it, because the premise is that you can use the black as the deepest of the shadows, but I would argue that that kind of sets you up into a bit of a bad position. So I personally... When would I base coat in black? I don't think there's ever an example of when I would. Maybe just the frame of a knight, maybe, because it's just going to be silver anyway. But if you're doing black, you could just as easily use any other color. I'm going to do these trousers. I'm going to get them. I'm going to do them. I'm going to put some more scrag brown out. Let's just get them done. I mean, yeah, if we're just getting stuff completed at this point, that's enough brown for 2 sets of trousers. Shoe done here, under here. So let's just do under there, like so. At this point it really is coverage. I don't have to be super neat with this bit. It's just about getting a coat on. I like the double knife on the belly shield. I am definitely going to use the Cruel Boy shields from the Dominion box. I'm going to use their shields on the first ogres I actually assembled, because I bought these second hand. But when I assemble them, I'm going to use a different shield on them, because I think that will be a lot of fun to paint. They look really good, the shields. The shields are one of the main reasons I got the Dominion box, was because of those shields. I just thought they looked amazing. Right, there's 2 skulls, don't need to paint them. A metal plate, don't need to worry about that. Is there any other wood on this? Yes, the stick he's holding. So we should do that. Let's get a little bit of paint on that stick. Because we forgot the stick on the last one, which reminds me I need to edge highlight that as well. Ogres, man, you can get them up to speed pretty damn quickly, frankly. Let's just, you know what, let's just paint it all and get the brown on, and then we can go back on that. I say we don't try and pick out all the details. We just paint it all and come back to it. That's what we do. We just make sure the brown is on where it counts, which is the stick. The stone we could have got away with, but there's a little bit of stick on the other sides of it, so I still stand by that. That's the right move. What's that on his wrist? That looks like a bit of brown, doesn't it? That looks like a little something something. Let's do that as well. So the masking tape's going to come in really handy there, because there's a bit of... Oh, it's just the plate's tied on. That's what it is. But there is a little bit of brown there. So let's do that. Okay, beard, fine. Is he going to have a white beard? I think he can have a white beard like his other friend. So that is... I do believe that is sufficiently brown. Good. There you go. Little coffee break. Let's get some more trousers done. Up you come, buddy. So you can get the rules. I got put onto the fact that you can just get the free rules for Old World for these guys. So you just need the rule book, but all the rules are available for free, which is nice. Is there a Legends equivalent for Old World? I would assume so. Or is it that only certain factions get rule updates? I think that might be it as well. Because it's Old World is like, just as chaos is on the op, it's not full-blown end of the world kind of chaos, from what I understand. Whoop. More brown. Might as well do the handle to this sword as well before I forget it. There's another one of those wrist strap things. It looks like that those wrist straps are pretty common on these guys. So let's just do that one. See what I mean about so many wrist straps? There's loads. Loads of the models have these on. So if you can make the browns interesting, it's really the way to go. Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah. I need to get the edge highlighting going, but I kind of want to get these three, should I say, finished. I want to get the browns on, because we've got one done. We've got one done right here. So, hey, Ant, welcome back, bud. It's been pretty quiet today, buddy. You're the first, second person to, well, you're the first to actually talk, and the second who has just said hi only. So yeah, first one here. How's it going? How's it going, bud? Let's have a little chit chat, shall we, whilst I'm doing these browns. What? No, I'm not doing slap chop. I'm not doing slap chop, Master. No, this is called putting on base coat. I know what you mean by slap chop. I don't like slap chop because, not that I don't think it's good, but my issue is that dry brushing, when you dry brush, it looks like dry brush. You know, dry brushing looks like dry brushing. I've got nothing against dry brushing, but I just don't like dry brushing because it looks like dry brushing, and I feel like I'm past that. And with slap chop as well, I feel like being so reliant on contrast paints, you've got to get the colors right. And I just don't. I don't truck with that. Here, let me show you what they look like. That would seem how they're going to look like. So that's what we're going for. That's what we've decided. I wish it was easier though. Shorts man, kind of said you can't see my name. I can see a super weirdant. I can see that name, but I just forgot Anne. As I know you as Anne, I just forgot your YouTube name. That's why I didn't recognise you. Simply put, I'm a little bit out of touch. I haven't been so much in the comments because you don't get comments really when you just live streaming. So I've frankly not checked. I've just been checking the real-time analytics because I enjoy looking at that. I think even I've got to draw the line at that brush. I got to stop at that one. I got to stop at that. I got to choose another brush. But again, I don't need something too neat. Hardly picked a better one. That one's... No, yeah, it's still pretty bad. But again, it's first coat, so you don't need to worry too much. Shoes done. Axe handle, sword handle, yeah. Oh, he's good. Maybe ever so slightly there. Maybe that. Maybe that. But he's ready. Yeah, order brown on him's done as well. Ah, Ant, was that you? You left me a like. Thank you. We're off. I haven't been asking because people have just been on and off, so I assume it's coming up on their shorts feed and they're like, I need my dopamine. But thank you for putting a like on. It's nice to get off 0. Did you hear my voice immediately change? Oh, much better. We're off 0. No, I think your name isn't necessarily common. I think it's just my memory for retaining names isn't so great, especially YouTubey names, and especially as I know you as Ant. That, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it, Ant. I haven't forgotten you, you know? You still remember your scumbag ass. What am I saying? Hey, we got 2. Ah, there we go. Thank you. We're off and running. As you're here, Ant, can I talk through my giveaway idea with you? I was going to wait for Francois, but I think I might have bored him to death yesterday, so I don't think he's going to be on today because potentially I bored him senseless. So is it all right, with your permission, if I talk through my giveaway idea with you and you can tell me if it's terrible or if it's good? Is that possible? Yeah, let me know if it's okay if I can talk through my giveaway idea. And then I will tell you if you okay it, Ant. If you say okay, I will. If not, I'll just shut up and keep to the painting. I will wait for your permission. Oh, this brown scrag brown. Okay, right. So I have actually got a page of notes. Let me just get the paper. You know what? Give me 2 secs. Let me just quickly do this brown, and then I'll grab the paper whilst we're between pigments. So let me just finish this. It's not much. It's just his butt, just this arse seam here behind the boots, and then the handle of the weapons. That's all. So I can just do this super quick. It just needs its initial coat, and then he's shouting, so he's only got the one weapon, so it's just the wrist. There we go, just the wrist, and not even the handle because it's metallic, so it's just the wrist. There we go, he's browned. Right, there we go. No, these little straps. 1 and 2. Good. Right, here's the idea, right? So I've written it down, I've got a piece of paper. So I made legitty notes, right? So we've got an issue. We've got the pizza issue, right? And I was talking to Schmitters about how can I just post someone, how can I send someone a pizza? How can I order someone a pizza without them having to give up their address? And that's the pizza issue, right? Can't give stuff without getting someone's address, and some people aren't happy about giving their addresses out to random people online, right? So that's a thing. So anyway, so what I was thinking, right, we're trying to figure a way of like having on the stream good offers on GW minis, right? Like special deals. but nothing materialized right. It didn't have that excitement I wanted with the streaming. So what I'm thinking is give them away, right? So the first model that I want to give away, I looked it up online and it costs €55. So if we get 55 people on the stream, it will unlock that as a giveaway. That's what I'll say. So it's a €55 model. It's an Arachne quad accelerator platform, right? And it's €55. So if we get €55, I will give that away, and you can pay the postage. What I'll do is, so you'll get your name on a list for the draw. Do you want to get on a draw, Anne? Do you want to be the first name on the draw list? Because I haven't got the list yet. So you could be the first one on. So as and when it happens, everyone who's put their name on the list will get a number, and then I'll just simply, I've already checked, there's a random number generator on Google, and that person wins. But you have to be subbed. You have to be in the stream. You'll get 5 minutes from winning to come and let me know. If not, I'll roll again for someone else. And what was the other thing? You've got to pay for the postage. And then you'll find out the next day, because what I'll do is I'll box it up, go to the post office that day, and then have the price for you the next day, and then it can be posted the second day, the day after. Yeah, and that's it. That's the draw. Now my question is, right, does that break the terms of service of YouTube? I don't think it does. Just being subscribed and on the stream, it's not really a, yes, it's a prerequisite, but it doesn't exclude anyone. So that's what I was thinking. And I'm going to get a bit of paper and put your name on you can be the first one. I say we give it a go. All right, it's live. We're giving away an accelerator platform. I need to move my paints. I'm going to get you a bit of paper, Ant, and you can be the top name. You'll be number one. Tape. Okay, and do you know what? I'm gonna put Schmitters and Master in the drawer without their consent. I'm just gonna put them on it anyway, because I feel like, you know, I want them to be in with a chance of winning. So I'm gonna put their names on too. Hang on, let's just put the bit of paper here. We've got a nice bit of space on the wall. I just need a bit of masking tape. There we go. So currently, the odds are, if you, Master, and Schmitters are on there, it's 1 in 3. So that's pretty good odds. So if 55 people were to jump on stream right now, there's a 1 in 3 chance you win yourself a €55 model. That feels like nice odds. So let's put you on. Okay, so number 1, Ant. That's optimistic that I've made it so small. Number 2, Master. And then number 3, Schmidt. You're on. We're away. Yeah, well, the giveaway idea was because what I was trying to do with the table trades, I was trying to think of a bargain that I would like when I've been at my poorest, and then I realised that giving it away is the goal. That's what I'd like the most. So I think that's what we're going to do. I think it's now a thing. It's officially up and running. If it does break the terms of service, we'll have to figure something else out. But for now, yeah, an Arcane Accelerator platform is up for grabs. The other one, the next one up, the model's €90. So it would have to be 90 people active on the stream to unlock that giveaway as well. So that one I don't think is going to happen, but I'm definitely agreeing to the first one, which is 55. If it doesn't get to 55, then we don't give it away. You know, that's what I reckon. That's what I think we're going to do, because that sounds cool. I would like a free model, so I figure other people would like a free model. That's what I'm reckoning. So okay, it's decided. We're going to do that. And then the reason that the postage gets paid on the stream is, yeah, YouTube will take a chunk of it, but I'm paying it anyway. So it kind of offsets the cost of the postage, but also it goes onto the channel, so I don't have to, people don't have to give me their PayPals or anything like that, and there's no conflict of privacy there, so they can just donate it on the stream when they know the amount, and then it gets shipped off to them the next day. I like that. I think we got it. But if the winner's got to be okay with me knowing their postage address, but the return sender address will be mine, so I think that's fine, unless they want to do some sabotage. Look at the state of my brushes, man. Look at these. Look at the state of those. How are you supposed to paint a clean edge with those? Speaking of clean edges, what's that you say? Do some edge highlighting, table? Sure thing. First things first, let's do the eyes on this Iron Warrior. So that's it. We're giving away a model, sort of. You're paying postage, sort of giving away. But I'm excited about that, which makes me think it's a good idea. And I'm not in it. Well, is it a mixed fan base? The way I see it is that you guys that have been around for years and that are on the Discord, you exist as an entity unto yourself, because you're not interacting with the channel so much, and the channel's been dormant for so long. So I feel like you're like a special category in yourself, in that we hang out, we play when we can. So there's that. But then there's the Warhammer guys that are coming in, if they come in. There's already a few. So there's that. So there's obviously Warhammer games, but I don't think there is. I've done it again. I think the mixed fan base will be a nice issue to have, but I don't think it's a problem. However, you're the first to bring it up, so I don't know. It will have to be something we have to consider. I'm not going to just dismiss you, Ant. Like, it's a legit point. It could be a problem, but as of the moment, the analytics they're not moving at all. So I don't think there's an old fan base. I think a lot of the accounts subscribed are super old, and there's like no traction there. So I don't think there is currently an old fan base. How am I messing this up? All right, you know what? Fine, I'll just paint the whole socket again, and then ink it. Fine, I'll just do that. That's fine. We're just painting the whole eye socket because it's too dark. That's too dark. Just painting the whole eye socket. I mean, I did go straight to eyes for my finicky work. That was maybe a mistake. Right, let you dry and I'll slap some ink in there and that'll be fine. I don't think it's an issue, well, I was gonna call you Master then. I'm not gonna rule it out, Ant. It could be a problem. Could be potentially be a problem in the future. But as of the moment, it's not a problem. It's well, I mean, I'm just doing, because it's got to help me. It's got to be good for me. And being a bit of a shut-in, I've needed to get out more. So this is my way of getting out more and getting some social. Yeah, but some people don't have fried attention spans. But, I mean, yeah, it's got to work for me as much. Because if I want to sit here, I'm not going to want to sit here if I'm not enjoying myself. So the fact that I'm enjoying myself tells me I'm on the right track. And it's not so much a case of catering to as many people as possible. It's simply to get between 0 and 3 people who are actively chatting in the chat. And then you got a little bit of chit chat and the streams are super pleasant. You get between 1 and 3 people chatting and it's wonderful. And then the only other milestone that we've put in is the 55 people at one go. So if 55 people come on, they do. And if not, I don't have to give the thing away. I can keep it. So I don't think that's so much of an issue. Right, here we go. In with the edge highlighting. I'm going to go quickly with this. I'm going to attempt to edge highlight fast. I do believe that my skill has improved enough to edge highlight fast. I feel like I'm definitely onto something with the improvements. But yeah. What else? What else? Because you've come up with a couple of very good points, Ant. Frankly, a couple of very, very good points. So I am rather impressed with your points. But yeah, people's attention span is fried, utterly fried. You know it was getting bad when people had to start putting two bits of video in the same short. Like the attention span is so shambles that they've had to do that, and I don't want to contribute to that. That's completely fine if that's your nice place. I'm simply warning you that it would be a long run to regrow the audience. It's not a case of regrow. It's to find the people who are interested in Warhammer. That's what it is. Because you know, with these game things, what I've noticed over the years is, yeah, you get popular for a game, but people watch you for the game, and you get good at the game, and then the game falls off, your channel falls off, and just people just disappear. So if that's indeed my fate, then I'm gonna just choose something that I really like, and that would be Warhammer. So I'm always going to be painting Warhammer, so I don't have to worry about it ever dropping off, because I'll be doing it regardless anyway. So I'm going to do what I like, and that should hopefully resonate with people, and if it doesn't, I get to still do it. Oh, that's quite a big bit. So we need to do that one. It's a bit of a hard angle to come in at. But I've had 15 people at one point. That's been the highest point. 15 people. And so it's not nothing. I think it's a case of... So, okay, let me explain. So the general gist of it at the moment is to streams in such a quantity that it becomes completely natural to be on a stream, and you don't get that weird, uncomfortable feeling that you experience when you first start streaming. And the idea is to do it so often that you just destroy that, and it's no longer a thing. It's just you hanging out. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a sad time. Hopefully, when Space Marine 3 or Coolhammer makes people get into the tabletop, you might catch some of them. I think they're out there. And to be honest, I've spoken to more people about Warhammer this past week than I have in a very long time. So it's got to be more than 0. It doesn't have to be like loads, just more than 0. That's what I'm aiming for, more than none. And I've already hit that, so... Oh, that highlight went well. Belt, loincloth, there. It is. It's a modest goal. More than none. Have some things go on. Have some things manifest in reality rather than just in my imagination. And another main one is just to do it. Just to do something. To do the thing. To not just be a shut-in. Do it just on your own in silence. But to actually talk a bit and get yourself out there. I know it's online, but it still counts as getting yourself out there, you know? To do things in the real world. That's the goal. Because I'm just consuming too much AI ad slop. Too many crypto AI people trying to sell me their new guaranteed trading thing. This is the thing about AI trading, right? It's like, oh yeah, we made this in partnership with ChatGPT. Yeah, okay, so it's an AI driven stock market thing. Everyone's going to have the same tool. So it's not like it's any kind of advantage for me because everyone's using the same tool. So it just means that the people who know how the tool works and are trading it's just stupid. I don't like the AI stuff. Is getting a bit out of hand. It's just not. There's no person. It needs someone behind it. We can't just. Yeah. Well, that's how I feel. I don't like the AI ads. They really bug me. They just feel, for lack of a better word, soulless. Let's do this line down the scabbard. Ooh. That's janky. That's really bad, that highlight. Oh well. I mean, that bit of cloth really got in my way. and it's just more than my skill level could allow. Whoop. Just a little bit on here. I'm just going to do dots. Just going to dot that instead. I don't need to. Just a little bit of highlight practice. If anything, I don't have to do it on absolutely everything. Just a little smidge here and there. Whoop. That one, that one, that one. Kind of feel like I want to do a little bit on there as well. There we go. Class is about to start. Anne, appreciate you stopping by. I don't know what is you're studying, but best of luck, bud. And hopefully see you on Discord a little bit on the weekend, hopefully. Does that sound good? Let's try and aim for that. But thanks for stopping by, buddy. I will catch up with you later on. I'll see you later, bud. Boop. Just little holes there. Oh, I just completely fluffed that. Bye, Anne. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate the chin wag. And just back to just focusing on the painting. Whoop. Oh, this one here I missed. I completely missed this one. Well, I'm just going to edge highlight it as is. And then maybe just cover those bits because they're really red. I'll just cheat. I'll just cheat on this one. Just do it like that instead. You wouldn't necessarily notice that. I mean, I notice it, but if you were just looking at it from the get-go, you wouldn't notice that at all. You wouldn't think that that's anything of anything. Boop. There we go. Bit watery that. I don't know why that's. Don't know why that bit's so watery. With this hair here, I can hardly see the red bits, raised bits. You can't even see the individual strands so much. So I'll just do like best guess for highlighting there. Just like that. Doesn't need to be a lot. Just that. It's fine. Just leave it like that. Here's another strap that I neglected. So despite the fact that I was super confident going into this that I had got all of them, I've actually missed quite a few. But I'm not going to go back with the Scrag Brown and do these. God, I messed that up twice on the hoof. That second one's too big. Got to clean that off. Bug up. Yeah. It was too big a mistake. And now I've got to reset the brush and everything, but it was just too big a blob. It was just too big. Son of a... Need a bigger brush. 10-minute history. Hey, buddy. I do believe they're called ogroid myrmidons, and I think they're pretty cool looking guys. They're for Age of Sigmar, but I'm going to use them as a proxy for something in Warhammer. I don't know what, but that's the plan. But yeah, ogroid myrmidons. They come in a free pack. I like them. I think they're pretty darn good Khorne demons, frankly. Where did we go wrong on the hoof, didn't we? So it's down here. So let's just see if we can get in and just put a couple of dabs on. The fact that it messed up makes me think that it's a really awkward angle. And we'll just do a couple of lines on here. How you doing, 10-minute history? Ah, you want to see... hang on a second. I'll show you a demon prince. I'll show you who's on the... Who's going to be coming up at some point in the near future. Just give me 2 seconds. I'll show you a demon prince. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Look at this guy. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I get to hang out longer here. Look at this for a demon prince. Look at him. Isn't he an absolute beauty? I put a load of extra skulls and heads on the base. But yeah, he's ready to go. But look at that, huh? Look at that. Look at that pack. It's just amazing. He's going to be a real treat to paint now that we've got the brown sorted out. But look at him. What a beauty. He's going to be... I'm going to leave him out. He's going to be a real treat to paint. Absolute treat. Yeah, it's going to be Khorne because the idea is I've got these three guys are going to be like his like personal guard. So he's going to be Khorne, and I've got like other stuff that's going to be Khorne as well. I've got myself 10 Terminators. I've got a Hell Brute that's ready to go, and they're all going to be Khorne. But these were like my first attempt at getting the paints right, because I wouldn't be so devastated if I got these wrong, and I did get them wrong. But in doing it, I've managed to find the right colours to do the Khorne right. So if that makes sense. But yeah, he's 100 going to be % Khorne because he's got like a goatee head, which I feel is very Khorne. Yeah, he's just a beautiful model, absolutely gorgeous model. Yeah, it's really nice. I think he can come up to step up to the plate once these guys are done. I think I might crack him out. Or the Terminators, I'm not sure yet. But someone's going to be... I'm going to keep the continuity going. I would like some Berserkers. I got cheated out of some Berserkers. I bought some and the guy never posted them and then just ghosted me. Got scammed out of a Moran Vow and some Berserkers. I hate getting scammed. It really sucks. But yeah, the guy just robbed me and a few other people, and there's literally nothing we could do. Even though it was online and there was a number attached to it, it all just vanished. They've clearly done it before. I just hate being scammed. You know? Because you're expecting to get some models, and then when you're ghosted, you can get angry about it, but there's nothing you can do. Like sending messages didn't help. I just occasionally asked, what's going on with the postage? Is there any problem? And I tried to bait them into contacting me back by saying, hey, I was wondering if you had any other models that we could add to the order. Like, I thought maybe that would get them to come back on, but no. I got totally scammed. Total scammed. It still bugs me. And that's the thing. It still bugs me. Still bugs me. I want those 40 euros back. Up here. Well, September to... We're only mid-October. That's not super long. I don't think It could just be slow postage, but it's quite a while. Is it a recast or something? Or was it just a legit model? But I would start to worry as well if it had been that long. I would start to think, hang on, what's going on here? Have I been tricked? Custom 3D print. Okay. Well, I don't think you need to worry too much just yet, because it might take a lot of time. They might have a lot of stuff being ordered, so I don't think it's I'm going to try and do that line in there. I don't think it's just time to despair just yet. I'm not really edge highlighting at this point. I'm kind of just getting on a bit of brown here and there. Yeah, I don't think you need to worry just yet. I don't think it's cause for concern. What are you up to today? Anything good? Oh, 10-minute. Do you want to get in on the? Do you want to enter your name on the giveaway? I've come up with the rules, and providing they don't utterly break YouTube terms of service, there's a model. Are you building Lehman Russ? I feel like tanks. Now that I've got the masking tape, I feel like tanks are viable again for me, because you can paint a bit, and do like camouflage on them. Excellent. So the prize, its name is a Arachne quad accelerator platform from the Saturnine box. Now your name, I'm going to put your name on there, but it doesn't unlock until the amount of active streamers matches the price. So it's €55. So I'm going to get your name on the list. You're going to be number 4. But until we hit that 55 mark, the list is just going to be here. But what I will do is I think I might keep this list for all draws. 10-minute history. There you go. You're number 4. So at the moment, if 55 people joined this stream right now... Oh, I just drew a pen on the ceiling. If 55 people join the stream right now, you've got a 1 in 4 chance at getting a free mini. You have to pay postage. I'm not bazillionaire, but the model itself is free. So you're on there. You're on the draw. Number 4. So yeah, 55 people joined right this second. You got a 1 in 4 chance of winning that mini. That sounds fun, no? I'd love to be involved in something like that. And that's kind of why I'm doing it. So where are we with the edge highlights? Yeah, no worries. If I'm still going, I'm starting to flag a little bit with the lack of conversation. But if I'm on, you're always welcome to come say hi. It's good that you popped on so we could get your name on though. But see you later. No worries, buddy. We've all got things to do. Boop, 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 boop. Now that was a bit of a mistake, but I might just push that out. Yeah, it's not really edge highlighting what I'm doing. I'm just kind of... Ah, bugger. Yeah, I'm not overly sure what I'm doing here. I am flagging a bit. We might end at the 2-hour mark. I don't know. I have done a lot better at pushing against the no chit chat, but take care. Take care, buddy. See you later. I might end up doing something else. Let's just do this and this. That's better edge highlighting. There we go. That one. Okay, so that's the front done. The beard hasn't been done. Let's do that. And then we have to do this war horn as well. Let's get in and do those little tassels. So I've just noticed that the teeth are not done on this guy either. So we need to do those. Yeah, Yeah, Warhorn. So I'm just going to do these ridges. We just do just these bits. Yeah, it does look better. And I think with this bit, just this edge is fine. I feel like we can add a little bit more on this as well. Let's just have a little look at what that message is. Okay. I think that's all it needs, just those little ridges. I am going to do the underside for the practice. Yeah, that's all it needs. And then just the same again here. This is where they're least sticky-oppy, so it might not. Oh, no, it went okay. Yeah, this little bit here. These little bits, that one and that one. And then this side. Okay, so waist, back, some of the back is not done. I'm a little bit hunched over. I need to just change up my posture. Let's see if I can just alter this ever so slightly. Can this adjust? Yeah. Oh, let's try painting with a straight back for a little bit. Oh, it doesn't feel natural. I might have to hunch over. It would seem that I have to hunch. Where was that bit that I needed to do? It's here, this bit. There's a lot of paint on there. Thanks, Anne. Can you hear that I start to like, what is it? It's like Galadriel. I shall diminish into the west. When there's no one to like bat against, you know, to send the ball back, to have a chit chat with, to chinwag, I start to slowly fade away, and I get more and more like quiet and docile, and then I stop talking, and then I'm just like, oh, I'm just gonna go have a sandwich instead. It's just, Yeah, it just happens. I just slowly diminish. Just like Galadriel. I shall diminish and I have passed the test. I shall diminish into the west. I can hear it in the way I'm talking as well. I'm not animated at all. It's funny. Funny how that works. But I think that's the nature of the beast. Like I say, between 1 and 3 active in chat and you're golden. But if you can't get that, then it can become quite weighty in here. Let's see if I can't just do these bits. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. But also, and as well, I've not streamed at this time of day before. So, and also, like, my usual time isn't even start for another hour. So I'm just on completely different time. So even those few people won't have checked necessarily. And, you know, we're still starting out. So it's just a random time. So I take comfort in the fact that it isn't the usual time for what we've been doing. So there is that. There is that as a thing as well. Like, that's for sure. Those browns are done. The warhorn, the beard. So it's just hair and axe. Yeah, it's just hair. This tail. I didn't do scrag brown on this tail. Damn it. I'm going to have to redo that bit as well. So for this one, I don't even feel like I need to edge highlight all of them. I feel like I can just put on, like I did with the other bit, just a dab along the length like that. If I just do that, that's sufficient, I feel. I don't have to go in and be super on all of that. That will do it. The tail needs redoing. I'm going to redo the tail now because it might have dried by the time I finished the other bits. I've still got a little bit of brown left over. There we go. Yeah, it's just the hair now. So this is going to be the real test. Hopefully this will come out. And what I've got to do is I've got to do the strands snacky. I can't just cheat. I've got to do it strand by strand. I reckon that's how this will look good. So let's go in and do that bit. And we're just going to go strand by strand. We're not going to get complacent. Just do every single one. That's what we're going to do. Just a little bit on every single one of these. Try not to muddy it up too much. Let's get these ones done. Just a smidge of Xandri on all of them. Just a little bit. Oh wait, hang on, I was able to get away with just doing that sideways. Just a smidge on all of these. Just to bring out the ends ever so slightly. That definitely works better than it did, but that's not saying much. It looked awful before, looked truly awful before, but now that looks alright. I can live with that. Just a little bit down there. That's what it needs. It's better than it was. I'll take it. I will take that. That is fine. I will quite happily accept that as the new hair. Let's just do the same on the other side. We've got to do this bit, this important bit as well. So I might do some assembly. I might build something. I'm not sure now, because what I was unsure about was I kind of want to assemble a few bits, but at the same time I'm not sure whether just assembling bits on stream is any good. And I also have to kind of like pack this away to get this gluing stuff out, and have a bit of space to assemble the models. So I'm not sure I want to do that. No, I think I've immediately answered my question. I've just talked myself out of it. Whoop. I know, I assemble stuff and then do it off stream. Thank you, DefTech. Thank you. DefTech, can I get you in on a prize draw? You'd have to pay the postage, but you could win potentially a €55 model. Would that interest you? Thank you for saying that you like the painting. I personally describe myself as a little bit past beginner, but not by a lot. Like maybe seasoned beginner. I don't even think seasoned, but yeah, a little bit past beginner. But thanks, man. Sure. Just let me know and I'll put it on the list. There's currently a 1 in 5 chance of winning, which is pretty good odds, frankly. Okay, that's fine. Well, yeah, with tariffs and international shipping, it's pretty bad. Yeah, no worries. Can I ask where across the pond you are? The fact that you used the phrase across the pond, I thought that was very much an English phrase, but I'm curious, where in the States are you? And also, if you don't mind telling me what time it is where you are, I'm also curious about that. So yeah, that's the hair. That's going to have to be the hair. I'm all right with that. Oh, hang on. No, we're good. That's there's just a little bit of strap here that needs a little bit of highlighting. Not much though, just a little something. That's all it needs. Okay. He is highlighted. The browns are definitely better that way. Yeah, definitely prefer those. The inside of that trumpet should be black. That horn, where's my black? 4 a.m. New York, 4 a.m. Do you have a view? Where do you live in the city or out in the suburbs? Are you in like an apartment block? Can you see out and see a load of lights on? I'm super curious now. I've never been to New York. Apparently trash is a real issue and smell are real big issues in New York. Is that true? Is that would you say that's legit? That it's a bit of a smelly place? Just a black hole. Does that look rubbish? Maybe ever so slightly, but I think it's all right. I can live with it. It is a bit weak though. I could do with a little bit of something there. That's it's very little paint. Oh no, it's Zandri I need, not the Tau Ochre. I need the Zandris. Let's get a bit on. Just a little something. Just ever so slightly. Just bring that out a little bit. Nothing major, just a little bit more than flat brown. There's another bit there. That's all it needed. Arcanine, hi. Oh, it's nice to see your name. Arcanine, I'm putting your name on a list, all right? Up until recently, the city didn't believe in putting trash in bins. Jeez, that's rough, man. So just bin bags stinking up the place. Arcanine, hang on. You're going on this list, buddy. You don't have a choice. You're going on. You're going to be number 5. Number 5. Arcane 9. There you go. You're on there. No choice. You're on there. I know. You've been forced into You've been forced into winning a prize. I'm not even giving you the option. I'm forcing you into it. You're going to be involved. There. No choice. You're on there. You're on there. No ifs or buts. You're in with a chance. So currently, with how the draw works, if 55 people join the stream, it unlocks the €55 giveaway. And there's currently a 1 in 5 chance of you winning, RK9. So that's not bad. But you're on there. And to be honest, I think I might keep this list for all subsequent draws. So you're always going to be number 5. And I'll tell you as well, RK9, number 5 is my lucky number. So I think I might just keep the list forever. I think the list might just stay and we'll just add to it. But it will go into a random number generator. So that's how that's going to go, right? That's what it's going to be. Turns out that only recently, New York City got less stinky. That's now a thing. We now know that. So yeah, I'm going to go to Lou and get a coffee. Don't leave RK9, but do me a favour. If you've got any questions, punch them out now. So when I get back, I've got something to chat about. I will also show this as well. This came up in conversation earlier. This guy, look at this guy. Can't wait to paint him. Ooh. Right, okay, be right back. Questions? Is New York City... Here's a question as well for... Is New York City still, like, if you look someone in the eye, they try and pick a fight? Is it quite a rude place? Oh, I'm so happy people are chatting. I'm so happy. Let's have a look. Let's have a looky. Yeah, Demon Prince. It's a really detailed model. The detail on it is amazing. But just this, look at this shoulder pad. Look at it. It's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And I got it in like a big box of random models. So it's just, yeah, got it super cheap. If you don't care what you paint, you get like... You can get some real bargains if you're not fussed on what you're collecting. Yesterday, we got an ogre done. We've finally got my ogre paint scheme figured out. So we've got ogres now. One's done. We did some edge highlighting on him. We painted a little bit more on the librarian. And we discovered this brown, which is Scarag Brown with Xandri Dust highlight. And it's made browns more fun. So, and that's what's put me onto today, which is where we had these guys. So I've been repainting their straps and then highlighting them, and I'm a lot happier with them, but I'm still stuck on what to do with the horns. So that's the issue. And the Demon Prince can have it's got different heads, and there's a Zichi-like head that you can put on them as well. So it's pretty good. So you can do that. Oh wait, never had a habit, or maybe it's because of the habit. Yeah, maybe it could be habitual that you don't look people in the eye. I don't like him. He is pretty ugly on the tabletop. What are we talking about here? I know he does. He has a beak. Yes. Yeah, he's got a beak on him. Okay. Where were we at? Oh yeah, coffee. Ah, oh, so nice. So nice that there's people talking. I about half an hour ago, I was getting to the point of being like, oh, I'm gonna go. But then I realised it's still really early. It's still an hour away from when I normally get on. And that's because I'm not able to exercise today, so I just got to get right on. But what was going to pull me away was that I was going to do some assembling instead, and I wouldn't get to sit and chat. But I'm so glad I didn't just think, let's just write today off. God, I'm pleased I stuck around. That is a streaming thing. That you kind of, if you like, as I've said it many times, if you're between 1 and 3 active chatting, it's glorious. But if you're on that zero, you start to fade away gradually. Okay, so I've now got into Iron Warriors. In fact, here's my Iron Warrior. They're super simple to do. I need to put some ink in those eyes, but these are my Iron Warriors. Now, I like this because this Marine you get from the Age of Darkness box set, and I got loads of them. So I wanted to do something that's relatively easy to do, and this is it. I'm just going to get some ink in those eyes whilst I'm showing it. And then with Iron Warriors, I really like Demolisher tanks, right? So I want to get some Demolisher tanks because I feel they're very Iron Warrior-y. And I've got my Saturnine Terminators that might be Iron Warriors. I don't know. But I also like I'm going to say his name's Perturabo. I've never had to say it out loud. But he's the gold. The gold is just Retributor gold with null oil on. That's what it is. That's all that gold is. It's really easy to do. But Perturabo in the Siege of Terra series is phenomenal. He's such a great character. So good. Like, I love him. I love him. So good. Where are we at? But I think he is. I think he can. Oh wait, I can't say too much in case people in here haven't read Siege of Terra. I've got a lot of Nurgle. Because of how I've been collecting stuff that I can get cheaply. So I've got a lot of Nurgle. I've got a couple of Obliterators, and I've got a Mauler Fiend. But I've actually got more Nurgle than I have Iron Warriors. I technically only have 1 Iron Warrior. But I really like the idea of the Iron Circle as well. I was trying to kit bash an Iron Circle, but when you need enough spare parts to do like 5, then it's a bit of an issue. Right, so this guy's highlighted. I might take a little break from the brown edge highlights, or I push through. I need to figure something out with these horns. I'm stuck on these horns. I don't know what to do with them, how to make them look okay. I'm a bit stuck. So that's the issue with that one. I don't know what to do with those. Well, hang on, Ant. I just said about spoilers and you're typing stuff in. Stop. What if there's someone who hasn't read brighten them with what? I'm super opt for ideas. So these are the old style. Do you think I should just do those lines with like a really light bone? It's all right. I apologise to the other people in chat, not me. Luckily, I read them for that one reason. Maybe I should just lighten them. But then I've also got one that's a little further along where I just gave up and repainted them. So they're just white. So I could do something, but the question is, what should I do with them? That's where I'm at. What can I do to make them look like horns? Just putting on a dark wash is not cutting it. What can I do? I'm super stuck with them. I'm super stuck with what to do with them. I might continue with them and get them done. But the horns, I'm stumped. I'm totally stumped on the horns. So this guy, he needs a bit of gold and some null oil. Let's do as much as we can on him. Now we've done the edge highlights. You think I should paint them? You know what? That's not a bad idea. Why make them a feature at all? Why not do them... Why not do them the same red as the flesh? Why not just do them red? You might be onto something there. Why not just do them red? Why not just do them red? We could, couldn't we? Where's the white one? Here. Why even paint them horn colour anyway? If I just did them red... Well, the idea is to be consistent and not just to grow the channel, but more so that I'm getting a bit weird socially. So the idea is to be on all the time to actually talk and not get so wonky. DevTech, you're onto something. Just do them red. Just do them red. Right, where's my inks? Where's my inks? I think you're totally onto something here. You're totally onto something. So how did I do the flesh? I painted them red. I went over with null oil, and then I repainted them red and went up one to do from Evil Sons to... I went corn red to Evil Sons. So there's corn red. Yep, corn red. And then I highlighted with Evil Sons, which is there. I don't have a red ink, but I've got null oil. That's Jacari Violet, null oil. You're totally on something. It's the right way. He's got it, hasn't he? He's only gone and solved it. He's only gone and bloody solved it. Right, let's get the corn red out. That's it, isn't it? Why even make them a detail? Just have them like the rest of the body. Because I immediately think of Hellboy. You know? His horns are red. Like, it's fine. Oh, you little genius. Let's just go on here with this. As long as I cover all the white, it's fine. And then whilst this hair under here as well, I'm just going to do red as well. I'm not going to come back in again and redo that. Well, the thing with Chaos is that I'm kind of collecting all Chaos. I am making some Zechi Chaos Spawn, actually. I'm kit bashing those. But I've got myself a kind of a nice little problem, a nice little Warhammer problem. So the reason this space got made was so that I could sit and glue models and, you know, like trim off little bits of plastic and clean up mold lines without getting mess near the kids that they might accidentally eat it up, right? Now I've been using it for this, I would have to pack away the painting stuff to set up the model trimming stuff. And I don't want to do that. So I've got myself the issue of I want to assemble some models, but at the same time I don't want to pack away my nice little painting place. So it's a nice problem to have, really. This is right. DevTech, you bloody genius. And see, that's the thing. I wouldn't have thought of that. I would have stayed stumped. If I was just in painting on my own, I would have stayed stumped and not known what to do. God, I bloody love streaming painting. It's the amount of Arcanine will testify to this. Even in just such a short amount of time, there's been so many improvements and like courses of action discovered due to just being on the stream. It is just astronomical. It's really proven useful. Yeah, totally going to work. Now, I know it looks a lot darker, but it's corn red, so It will go darker again when the null oil goes on, and then we'll bring it up. And I might just even bring it up just straight with Evil Suns. Maybe. We'll have to see how it looks once the null oil's gone on. I'm being quite cautious getting this red on. I don't need to be so cautious. Yeah, without a doubt. And also, like, I have to... Part of my reasoning process and how I work through things is to say them out loud. And, you know, if you spend all your time in your own company, you lose that resource to talk through problems. Because rarely the first thing out of my mouth is how I think about something, my standpoint on something. It has to be kind of hammered out and maybe a counterpoint coming my way. It's such a useful tool, but it does require there to be someone on the other end. Yeah, it's just super useful. Oh, this is such a good idea. It already looks way better. I think you enjoy Foxhole a lot. You can basically... Anything in there. There are even naval ships. Okay, how much is Foxhole currently? And what's the dealio with the manufacturing? Do I have to gather resources? What's the deal? Do I have to fight to get these resources, or can I just be a buildy guy? What if I could just make, like, a crud little jeep? Could I just manufacture little crud jeeps? Or just pistol ammo or something? How does it even work? It's an MMO. Oh, it's an MMO. Okay. Is it a pay monthly kind of gig, or is it a free to play and then you have to pay for the extra bonuses? I'm not sure how it works exactly. I don't know anything about the game other than what Masters told me, which isn't a huge amount. Or he did tell me and I've subsequently forgotten. I think we spoke about it on Discord. I definitely remember that everyone manufactures stuff for the fight. I definitely remember that. Oh. Pay first, everything comes with the package. All right, okay, so it's an MMO, but you just pay for it once outright and you get it, right? Have I got that right? You just buy the game and it's online with no additional purchases. Okay, cool. Well, that's not so bad. I don't have it in me to start a monthly. I used to be really into my EVE Online, but the amount of money I was spending per month, I was just like, you know what, this isn't for me. And it was the same time where I was dropping streaming services. So I was like, yeah, this money can be better used on other stuff like food. So I just had to leave EVE Online. It wasn't as I was just playing a multiplayer game single player. You know, I wasn't interacting with anybody. I was just flying around with my ships and then getting blasted into oblivion from time to time. And what I really wanted to do was just mine. But I couldn't do that because there's like the vast majority of the community in EVE Online is like shoot, blast everyone all the time. And that's the way to play. And like mining's kind of frowned upon. And it's like, well, hang on. What about for the people who like mining? It's tough. It's just you just pay. There's no winning in EVE. You have to be in a group of people. It's as a solo player, it sucks. It sucks balls really bad. I can't recommend it. It might draw me back in. The only way it would draw me back in, right, to play EVE is if I had an extra large income and I could afford to have a computer on with EVE running and I could just cruise my ships around semi-AFK. I kind of like and they don't like semi-AFK games, gameplay, but I do. Yeah, exactly my point. Yeah, I can fly the industrial ship Titan, what was it, Rorqual? But I'm never ever going to be able to get one. And you take it out once and you get blasted and you're like, oh, right, okay, yeah, I'm done. And I'm max level trained on orcas. I'd love to. Yeah, you have to join a corp. You have to join a corp, and it just makes it more like you have to, communicate with each other and get mission plans and do patrols, and it's all really, it's all like too much. It's all too much. Red Horns did it, didn't it? Red Horns did it. That totally did it. Yeah. DevTech, you bloody marvelous bastard. Now, salvaging, I really like. One of my favorite ships is the salvage ship. It looks like the Tech 1, the Tech 1 industrial ship, but it just has loads of tractor beams. And what I have is I have 2 accounts, right? And one ship was doing the level 4 missions solo, and then I'd bring in my little tractor beam ship and I'd gather up all the salvage. And there's something incredibly satisfying about, yeah, the Noctis, that's it. The Noctis, my favorite ship. But the trouble is, like, I'm rocking 2 accounts, so I'm paying like $16.99 a month for each account, and I'm just repeating these level 4 missions, and it's not. There's some kind of it's not quite there, and I'm rocking a Navy Raven as well. But yeah, the Noctis is my favorite ship. What appeals to me in space games, Eve is not fulfilling, because even the combat, like, they're just on you immediately and you're just immediately done. And I suck bad at combat, but there's something fundamentally missing for me in that game, and that's why I'm reaching out for No Man's Sky and Elite Dangerous. I know they're not the same, but I just want to do space mining, you know. Wait, hang on. Totally not an Eve player myself. If you ever come back, I'll tech you on how to make so much money you never have to pay for a sub. Do you mean like Eve money? You talking about how you play Eve and you know how to make ISK? Is that what we're talking about here? Eve is punishing. It is punishing. And I think it's not necessarily for me. But the thing is, back in 2006, I was playing Eve with 2 accounts, and all I was mining ship and then a mammoth. And my mammoth would come along and pick up some ore and transport it back. And I really enjoyed it. I really liked just hauling ores. And like, I liked my mammoth. I had expanded cargo holds on it. It was just a huge, dirty, great ship. And I just enjoyed warping it in, coming and getting a jet can of ore. And I really liked it. I really, really enjoyed it. But the near constant, I know it's the core of the game that at any moment you can get blasted to hell. But when it's so hard to accumulate wealth, and then you can just get blasted by some guys rocking a ship that's been sorted out by his corp, it's just, yeah. People who still do that, how I did it, 2012, strips mine systems. With Elite, I don't know how. I've got very little time in Elite. I've got 120 hours in No Man's Sky, but the new Corvette patch really appeals to me, and I've only ever really played it single player. And I like max upgraded my suit, and I got a bit stuck as to what to do next. I got a freighter. But the Corvettes sound pretty cool because you can customize them. So, but the thing is, I know that in my heart, I know that I really love Eve. There's something about Eve that I really, really love. But I don't feel like Eve loves me back the same way. You know? Like, it feels a little bit too much like impossible to save up for the new ships. Like, the income is not the same, even doing the relatively riskier stuff that I was trying to do. But I would go back to Eve, but I'd have to have, it's pretty low down on the list financially, to be honest. to have a monthly going out like that. I'm not saying no or never, but it's pretty low. I did towards the end kind of experiment with have multiple accounts, and I got like, I had 4 other accounts in barges, and then I had not an orca, but the first command ship, because I've got all the command skills maxed out. Like, there's quite a lot of skill points on these accounts, so I don't like just giving up on them. And I was just doing it myself, like having them run around, and that was really nice. But again, it doesn't make you money. It's just something nice, and then you're just having to use. I think that 4 accounts is my maximum to rock simultaneously. Having 8 on the go was too hard. It was like a lot of clicking, like a huge amount of clicking. But yeah, Eve is. I want to love Eve, but yeah, Eve doesn't like me. Toxic attachments. Kind of makes me want to play Eve. All this talk about Eve makes me want to go back and suffer some Eve. Where's my red? There it is. I just need to gloss over this gold that I made a mistake with. There we go. Just fix that. It's pretty. Is there any more gold that needs doing? Don't think so. And I can null oil that armor. Ah, there's a little bit here. This beard is a little bit white there. I'm just going to use red on that instead. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know that I'd done that if it wasn't on a stream. Nebulous. I couldn't get into it. I liked our fight, but it's very... I don't have the time to master it. I liked our game, but I could clearly see that you were way better, and it feels like more like... It feels closer to Total War than it feels to Dawn of War, if that makes sense. Well, to be honest, Dan, you weren't very good when we played. Ow! Ow! Yeah, you're a bit shit, frankly. Not so much complicated, but maybe it was like a lot to learn, and being time poor is the issue. I know I'm spending all times on the live stream, but I'm combining hobbies into one entity, so I'm basically doing it all on here. I know, like, saying time poor but being on here is a bit of a contradiction, but yeah, I know. I'm trying because the channel's my hobby, painting's my hobby, and table trades is my hobby, and I need social. So there's 4 things that I can slap into one package. Why am I just looking at this now? Why can't I just... Let's do the other horns whilst we're waiting for that to dry, and then we can press on with the inks. It's yeah, combine the hobbies and the things that help me, and then the theory is that it will resonate with other people, but initially and forever for that matter, if I'm doing stuff that I don't want to do and I'm forcing myself into it, then I'm doing something wrong. And that's why you're finding me always on at the moment, is because I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying spending my time here, and I think that's evident in how I'm talking, and like that I'm always trying to squeeze on some time on here. Like, there's something beneficial for me, because I mean, I don't know much about watching streamers, but you must be able to tell. I reckon you can tell when someone's just forcing themselves on for revenue, and then the difference of when someone's genuinely enjoying themselves. You know, I think you can hear it in their voice. You can hear when people are smiling. Stellaris, I really like. I'm not good at it. I'm definitely not good at the late game, but I like it. I like that you kind of find the occasional horrific cosmic entity whilst exploring. It's up there with Civ, only I am way better at Civ than I am. I'm way better at Civ than I am Stellaris, but I like Stellaris. I like reading the little stories of the missions. Yeah, it's easy to tell when someone's on autopilot. Yeah, you know, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm glad you confirmed that, because I suspected as much, that you can tell when someone's just like, or even more so, that, yeah, they're streaming, but they're getting paid a flat wage. I reckon you can smell that when they're getting a wage and they have to be on stream, but they're just getting a wage, so they have to stream X amount, and they can't wait and get off and do something else. That's why the amount of stuff I can fold in as possible into the streams is better. Psionic-based DLC. They expanded so much stuff. But Stellaris is another one that punishes me, right? Because I'm always like 1 or 2 DLCs behind, but I tell myself, hey, I'll just get another DLC because I've already bought so many. But it punishes me each and every time. And I think it's because I'm playing with, well, you, Ant, frankly, and the other people who are on Stellaris, who they start talking about like meta and certain tactics. Radio's another one who's really good at it. And I was just like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. And I was like, I make my spaceship go zoom zoom, and you're talking about hive minds and fungal farms, and I just want to build like a starbase. Yeah, the paradox hook. I managed to break free of Hoi 4. Because again, terrible at it. Spending a fortune on DLCs, but absolutely awful at playing it. Getting encircled left, right, and centre. Just absolutely annihilated all the time. So I had to move out of that one. But it makes me kind of want to play some games. Boop. Is he not? He talks a strong game, though. He talks a strong game. When we were playing, he sounded like he was doing really good. Okay, so maybe... Well, well, that's testament to me not knowing the game very well. Because I wasn't like, oh, he's not very good. What he's saying doesn't make sense. I just was like, what he's saying sounds incredibly impressive. This guy must know what he's doing. Okay, you can beat him, reliable. I mean, the best case for me is that someone wipes me out and I become their vassal, and then they just farm my species for food. And I just like that you can make your race repugnant. I love that trait. Like, you can just be a particularly stinky alien species. And like the mechanical machine age I kind of liked as well. Mostly I enjoy creating the races, choosing what perks to have and not to have. I had a lot of fun with that. It's a nice game. Again, it's it has the E feel that it does feel like it's beaten me a little bit. Like it's like a one-sided relationship that it's just kind of, I keep coming crawling back for another DLC, and it punishes me for a bit. I try and break up with them, and then another DLC comes out, because Machine Age got me last time. That's the one that got me most recently. But Psionics is the new one, is it? Well, yeah, I will. I mean, the good news is I don't have the cash to buy it. Like, buying games is out for now. I am definitely like, unfortunately, the Finnish construction industry has reduced by about 20% in the past 2 years. So for a little old construction guy like me, I'm in a bit of a bind, and I don't have the language. But that's by the by, that doesn't matter. Yeah, meta. Meta is... I'm not a fan of meta. I can see the appeal, and for some people it is just super about the win. But I do like a bit of carnage, and I like close victories. I don't want someone to just absolutely steamroller everyone else. I prefer it when it's close, especially in my Mario Kart. I like my Mario Kart races to be close wins. It's way more exciting. Yeah, red horns. And that's without the wash or the highlights yet. But you bloody nailed that. Absolutely nailed it. Well done, DevTech. Let's do the third one. Wow. Oh, hang on. My Blade Guard Veteran fell off at some point. I didn't even see that happen. On you go. Yeah. Nintendo, they're pretty cheeky sausages. They don't reduce the cost of their console. Wii's are still now as expensive as they ever were. Not Wii's, sorry. What are we on? Are we on Wii's? Wii U? Switches. We're on Switches. But they haven't reduced in price. I can't just drop like friggin' near 300 euros on a Switch. Come off it. What are you talking about? Like, come on, Nintendo, do a discount already. But they don't do it anymore. They don't do discounts. And I wanted to play the new Mario Kart, but Well, screw you, Nintendo. I don't know if they've announced a new console or anything. But again, PS5. I got given a PS4, which has been fun. I really enjoyed playing. What was it? Not Event Horizon, but Horizon Zero Dawn. I know they've got like Into the West, and then there's a VR one. But again, yeah, they were quite nice. But then I sold all the PS4 games. Was a bit short on cash, so really only what I've played is recently. I haven't really picked it up for anything. I played Goose Game. If you've played that, it's about being an angry goose. That's it. Yeah, keeping up with consoles, it's not worth it. It's like trying to keep up with phones. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just get one. Like, I only bought my new phone because I had to, and I bought it on the contract pay monthly thing anyway, so I technically haven't bought it. But the new phone is entirely allowing this to happen as well, so I'm bloody grateful for it. Um, yeah, Steam is good. Steam discounts are amazing. PA PA hasn't for a while. I feel like it's had its day. It just like when we were able to be on it all the time and our timeline, our schedules were the same and we were able to jump on and we were constantly filling out the matches and we are having back to back matches and we could sit and have like 2-3 matches. That's when it was good. But yeah, sorry, I went and had a family, so that time is not so prevalent, but it's not the same. But that's not to say there isn't going to be another one. But was it just was it good because it was a good game, or was it good because it brought us all together to play? Maybe a combination of the two. But I think it was the people we were playing our matches with and that made it so super fun. And the gang, the Discord gang, because we've all been around for years now, and we all know everyone's super nice. It's just, yeah, I'm glad we still have that. And you know who the names are. Like, I'm sure you can imagine, you can immediately think of 10 names. I sure as hell can. 10 names of people that would be great in a match. Got to do the underside of those. Okay, that's all three done. So now what we can do is we can go back to the original one, which was this one. And we can null oil it now, because I'm sure that's dry enough. Yeah, it's true. A game doesn't need to be good. That's true. It is about the people. It's why I'm not so keen on single player games. I mean, they're all right, but multiplayer with people that are nice is just where it's at. It is the people that make the game. Like take Offworld. How much Offworld did we play? And it wouldn't have been nowhere near as fun if it wasn't for the people. Offworld was super good fun. So I've got to do the armour. I was two minds about inking this shoulder pad because I quite like how it looks now. So take a look at it now, and then let's see what happens when we go on with the null oil. It might be better. It's probably going to be better. It's going to be better. It's immediately better with the black. It really brings out the recesses on the face. I'd like the eye to stay visible, but if it's not, it will be. It will dry and it will come back. It won't just blob in there, I'm sure. But just in case it does, I'll take a bit out. $100? You got 100 hours in OTC? I think they're kind of rookie numbers. I think that you take Woot or Poker, and I think they're way over 100 hours in OTC. But that shows in how they play. But 100 hours in any game is still a lot. Yeah, it's better. I think I might put another coat on this. This looks a bit too bright, to be honest. Kind of feel like this hasn't been done either. It just looks rather bright. So just a splodge on everything. Without being too much of a cheeky bugger, can you, if you haven't already, can you go ahead and slap me on a like? I'm trying to get ad revenue so we can do more fancy things, namely open this Secundus box. That's the goal. So if you could slap on a like for me, if you haven't, that would be super delish. Thanking you in advance. Trying to up those stats. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. You know who you are. Thank you very much indeed. Because if we can do it with the revenue, then I really do want to play. Here's another thing as well. Have any of you mixed metallic inks into metallic paint? Because in the Secundus, there's the Van Zar guys, and they've got like green metallic armor. And I was like, I've never tried mixing an ink in a metallic paint. So I was thinking of mixing like a green into like Runfang steel, and then painting that on and having that as their green armor. I really want to try that. I think it might actually work. Like, for example, if I use this ink, although to be honest, contrast, I'm thinking like a brighter green than that. I feel like it's a very dark green, but I think metallics in there would be the way to go. And one of the heads, have you guys seen Edge Runners? At the beginning, the Max Tac, their helmet with like the 6 eyes on, there's a model that has a very similar head to that. So I want to paint him. And well, the Gene Stealers go without saying. Like, they look amazing. I already know how I'm going to paint them. I'm going to paint them the colour that they are, roughly. But yeah, looking forward to cracking those guys open eventually. Whoop. On the subject of Edge Runners, I am gonna rewatch it. I think it's been long enough for me to rewatch it. Currently, the wife currently has Netflix, so after the Love, Death and Robots season 4 disappointment, I feel like I'm gonna rewatch Edge Runners. So the reason this silver looked so bright is that I haven't inked it once, let alone any other times. So that's why it looks so bright to me, because I haven't inked any of the metallics on this yet. So we have to go in and make sure we grab those guys. That's such a good belt buckle, that. It's the same as the shoulder pad. But yeah, like I said, like with these guys, I was never going to get them. I got them second hand for cheap, and that's why they're here today. So I do like coincidences like that, where things just happen to pan out a certain way, and you get like a little, it's like a little nice surprise that it just happens to work out the way it did by just like happenstance, like fluke. Right, horns next. This is the 3rd time I've gone over these. Do I even need to edge highlight? Well, of course I'm going to. But I mean, like, edge highlighting the lines on this that's a real stretch of my skills. So I kind of feel like I want to give it a go. Even if I just do like 4 or 5 of them. If I don't do the super tiniest ones. I want to just get even if it's just a dot, I might do dots on just the very most raised points. I think that might be the way to go. Just dots. Just to bring it up a little bit. Guys, I'm going a little Galadriel over here. Just saying. Just giving you a heads up. Getting a little... The West's calling. I'm starting to... Tell me what you're up to. What are you up to as well? You just sitting watching, or you got me on in the background? I'd like to think that I'm kind of like good on in the background. Horn's done. Axe done. Belt buckle. Chain is done. Shoulder. This shoulder's done. Sword's done. A little bit on this ankle thing. There. This back here. Needs some. Mix of both, doing stuff and watching directly. Okay. But I mean, what are you doing at 4 a.m. in New York? Well, it's pretty near 5 a.m. now. How come you're up all night? Do you work nights? Or is it just second monitor working at the same time? Ah, okay. And RK9, you're Hungary, right? You're Hungary, is that right? I think you're hungry. Work till 1 a.m. That makes me sound like... So it sounds like you work in a nightclub then. Is that right? Do you work in a bar? Look at him. What a difference. What a difference just finding the right brown makes. And this one isn't even edge highlighted yet. This one's the one that's edge highlighted. Wait, yeah. No, not this one. This one's the one that's edge highlighted. Oh, FedEx. Yeah, not quite. Not quite. It's a nice guess on my part, though, but... FedEx doesn't sound as fun. But then again, bar work is notoriously low paid. So, you know, maybe it's not all that. And then you've got to deal with drunks all the time. When I was a younger guy, I used to work a lot on the clubs and pubs. Yeah, I was very involved in that nighttime circuit. It was a lot of fun. Sorry, I was just checking a table trade message. This has been done. That's got some on. The horns need to be gold. That's been done. Oh, no, yeah. Let's gold the horns and then put the null oil on. Kind of funny. First time I was here, I was like 13. Now I'm 1 year away from being able to drink. Yeah, and do you remember when you were squeaking your way onto the Discord? Do you remember that? Hi, Table. Hi, Table. I'm going to beat you at PA. And you bloody did as well. You never let me forget it. It wasn't that bad. You were very welcome. That's just how time has distorted it. You just sound like that now. That was how I am. It's just rewrote how you actually sounded. Hi, Table, you piece of shit. Table, you're proper crapper. You're proper crapper, PA. Don't worry about it, Anne. Don't worry about it. Fond memories, you know? The sense of progression. Just came on to play a bit of PA. It says 7 likes. I've got 6 on my screen. There's something different. Something doesn't add up. The amount of people watching and the likes do not marry up with what I see and what is actually the case. It's not the same. It's not the highest amount of likes. The highest amount of likes we have is over here, as you can see by these lovely numbers. 11. 11 likes is the most we've ever had on a single stream. But the trouble is, I can't record like the most viewers on a stream because it's a little bit squiffy in that sometimes it's wrong, sometimes it's right. So it would have to be a much bigger number. I saw one flash up a few days ago of 15 people, but it was very brief. But again, for the giveaway, it's got to be 55 people. So if we get 55 people on the stream, I'll do the giveaway. That's the deal. That's the arbitrary number I assigned. 55 because the giveaway is a €55 item. That's what I decided. There is another item that could be up for grabs, but it's 90. And then the other one is 100, but it might have to be 150 because, between 90 and 100 is only 10 more viewers. So, yeah, it would seem that YouTube is inconsistent. It would seem so. Right, those gold bits are done. There's no more gold to do on him. So I need his horny bits to dry. Again, what's this like? On the subject of these models, I really feel like I've got it right now. Like I've figured it out. Like we're onto something, and they become a lot nicer. Like once you figure out, there's a certain point where you kind of despair, it would seem, with all models, or at least I am, and then you break the back of it, sort of thing. It's not. Oh, well, I guess you could see it. Yeah, do you know what, Ant? Yeah, you are worth €1. But your €1 I subsidise, so technically you're about 0.7 cents. And I subsidise the other 93 cents. No, 0.0. So the 93.97.3. Oh, maths. It's low, and it's low. It's a low amount. You're subsidised. Yeah. Don't measure yourself by YouTube worth or my worth. Thinking of yourself as a euro is awful. It's more, yeah. Well, all right, yeah. You're worth €1. If I don't have a valid counterpoint, yeah, you're worth €1. That would be it. Your viewing is worth €1. If only. Ad revenue is rubbish. Like, it's like 12 cents, 10 cents. I think I got a 19 cents yesterday, but it's small. Yeah, YouTube does not rate people watching. Doesn't rate it at all. I think what's more likely to happen is, rather than the channel actually earning anything on ad revenue, either there'll be a sponsor, right? We'll have a sponsor, and then there'll be something displayed here, right? And then, or the other thing is that because we're all on the stream chatting, someone or a collection of us will hit upon an idea that makes lots of money. They're more viable than YouTube actually pulling through with the ad revenue. No, quite the opposite, Anne. I'm hamming it up. No, just on a legitty note, it was wonderful to have you in the Discord, and it was incredibly entertaining. You weren't annoying in the slightest. I'm merely hamming it up now because making you sound like that now is more entertaining because it's so far-fetched in comparison to how you actually were. Don't you dare take this personally at all, Ant. This is usual me mucking about. Don't take it personal. E-begging. I could see why you could fall into it, but you should not do it. You shouldn't try and guilt people watching. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't look at it that way. It's not a good look. It is specifically optional. And if you're putting pressure on people with e-begging, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not nice. And the reason I think that is because when I don't like having it done to me, so why on earth would I do it to other people? It's not the way to go. It's not the way to go. In fact, if anything, I'm leaning in the other direction with wanting to do the giveaway. But I guess it's easy to fall into it. Greed can get in you. You can get a bit greedy. I don't know. It's not good. E-begging's not a good look. It's not a good look. Roblox clickbaiters. Roblox, man. Right. Where are we at? So he's inked. He's drying. This one is painted, and we're waiting for that gold to dry. This guy. Yeah, like, another thing I like about streaming is that it's not, you have to be there. Like you have to be present in the moment, and other people get to share in that. Like, we're all choosing to be here. I'm not just some like generated thing on loop. Like, I am genuinely here. I'm choosing to spend my time here. There's something about that I really like, especially with what's going on with AI and how much I'm really not liking it. I could ink this guy's horns. I'm going to do that. I'm putting these guys right where my arms need to go. That's not so good. Just a dab will do, yeah. Doesn't need to be a lot of null oil. Yeah, the interaction is where it's at. And you know, how many times did I try streaming, and because I couldn't figure out, I didn't have the intelligence to figure out OBS, or there was some technical issue. How many times did that happen? There was just years of failures. But this phone version, you can be like, I want to stream now, and it's as simple as pressing a couple of buttons. And it turns out that streaming is really nice. It's got a lot of bonuses because we can hang out like this. And it's nice because I'd be doing this anyway. And then, if anything, my painting has improved. Certainly my edge highlighting has improved in this short space of time. So that's done. Done. Let's ink this one. Ooh. I remember Master talking to you about it. What, OBS? Trying to explain it to me. Yeah, trying to explain that to me is painful. Like, I definitely, no one's perfect. I accept that I do have some shortcomings. Didn't he teach you everything I know? Yeah. I mean, like, before I met Master, I was regularly just soiling myself because I didn't understand how toilets worked. But thankfully, he was able to explain it. You put your waste in the little hole in the room, and I didn't get that. I was just throwing it on walls. So it was really helpful that he was able to teach me it. But yeah, I will never fire up OBS again. I can see that it's useful, but it's so against how I work. I can't do it. I can't do it properly. Getting the right bit rates and then going on a stream and it not working right and trying to do all the effort and it not working. It's just a big no-no. I've left a massive chunk of red missing there. Totally missed that bit. So there's already some ink on this, but I don't think it's going to do any harm. I think I can just cover this up and it'll be fine. We just lost 2 people according to mine, which makes me think that talking about hurling human waste on walls was a bad way to go. I hate teaching, I hate it so much, but I have to make a chuck of change. It sucks that to have money, you have to do something you don't like. It sucks. And let's just take a minute to mourn those poor streamers who have to force themselves through regardless. Or for anyone working jobs like Def Tech, he didn't sound too ecstatic about FedEx, did he? So, yeah, let's just take a moment for friggin' being forced into doing stuff you don't want to do just for a few bucks. It sucks. It sucks bad. Life is not fair. Do you know what? Something that really crushed me that I heard is like, you can do everything right and still not succeed. It's not guaranteed. How horrible a saying is that? You can do everything right and still fail. Oh, it's horrible. Life is not fair, no. Looking at the quality of English teachers in my country, I might have to step up and do it. Well, I mean, can you do it in a way that's easy? I would combine sports and English. You know, you just have to shout instructions. You don't have to worry about homeworks and stuff. Just blow a whistle, and do it that way. And I think you should do it that way. It's not all luck as well, and it's also or who you know as well. And you can be born into great privilege as well. So yeah, it is tough, but you got to push back against it, buddy. You got to push back. You got to not let it get you too down. I've just realised that the tail of this is not edge highlighted, so I'm gonna crack out the Xandri dust again. So about time we highlighted them. What's nepotism? What's nepotism? I'm not exactly sure what that means. Hellenist model. What you lift is proportional to your status in the world. Do you mean by what you lift, like what you earn? Because I feel like with the US as well, if you earn a lot, it's good. But if you're struggling, I feel like America's pretty unforgiving if you're struggling financially. You put people in positions, friends and family, where they have no place to be. Nepotism is like giving benefits to your close friends and family. Ah, right, okay. Yeah. Well, we're just little monkeys, aren't we? Just helping out our buddies. But don't let it get you down. You got to push against it, guys. It gets me down as well. Like I'm of the age now. Whenever I end up having to have a conversation, have a bit of small talk, the question, "So what do you do?" always comes up, and I hate that because so many people define themselves by their career. They're like, well, I do this, yada, yada, yada. And if I measure myself by that, then I'm just a piece of crud. So I can't measure myself by my career because I don't have one. It sucks. And it's like the go-to for so many people. Oh, you mean weightlift? Okay, so I have 2 cents on lifting. I do lift. I exercise better now that I've decided that it is just horrible, but I like how I feel after exercising. But my two favorite sayings with exercise is, one of them, I can't take credit for either of them, but one of them is, I'm not trying to compete with anyone. I'm just trying to impress the guy in the mirror. I love that one. I'm just trying to impress the guy in the mirror. And the other one I've forgotten because the first one's so good. But I love that saying. But then the other one is that I know exercise sucks, and once you accept that it sucks in the doing it because you have to tax your body, but you feel great afterwards, that's the big benefit. Let's do this tail. Boop. So according to my screen, there's only one of you in here, but we've had it before where there's more than one in here. Has everyone just gone, or? Yeah, just do a little bit better than yesterday. A little bit more. Don't try and change like massively. Just do a little bit more than nothing. You know, just do a tiny bit more than nothing, and that's enough. That's enough. You're not just stewing, you know. Just be ever so slightly better than none. Yeah? More than none is better than none. Doesn't have to be a lot. Those numbers are not accurate. Yeah, I think my numbers are not accurate. I think so. What numbers are you getting? What can you see? Ah, tabbing out might count. That's a good point. Yeah, tabbing out might totally count. Says 2. Yeah, I've got a 2 as well. But the Arcanine says 5 or 6. So now the issue with that is we do have one restriction with the numbers, that if we hit 55, I give the model away. So we have to keep an eye out for that. So if it does hit 55, you let me know. But I expect if we're hitting 55 numbers, I'll be screaming by that point. But yeah, so we have to kind of be aware of that the numbers can be misleading. What was I doing? I was just highlighting the tail on that. Is that ink still drying? Mind if I ask a question about FedEx? What's the worst thing about working for FedEx? What's the one single worst thing? I think we're noticed, yeah. Whoa, he's getting stuck on this Lazy Susan. Who knows? It might be Never Arcane, in which case I get to keep the gun platform. Because it's pretty nice. I was looking it up to find the price, and I was like, yeah, okay, that is actually a really nice model. So, you know, worst case scenario, I get to keep the model, which isn't so bad, to be honest. You know what I'm going to do? Your lawyer's advise you not to answer. So there's going to be at least one bad thing. I'm just going to get another cup of coffee. Hang on, guys. Be right back. How's my battery doing? I need to charge that as well. I'll be right back, guys. Whoa. I am back. Sorry, I had to get myself a coffee. let's do these edge highlights, shall we? So we need some Zandri. Zandri Dust is up there with one of my favourite colours. Oh yeah, I was going to plug in my charger as well. You know it's going good on the stream when you have to plug in the charger. You know, I'm having fun. So 2 hours was kind of like, that was my original time, like stream for 2 hours, and like now that's kind of like the minimum. The most I've ever streamed is 4 hours. So we're still an hour away from the most time I've ever streamed. But if we continue, Vortex Mixer gets unplugged if I'm charging. But it's the dictating factor is if there's an active chat. If chat's active, then we continue. That's what really gets me. That's the hardest bit about streaming, when it's zero. That is definitely the toughest bit, in my humble opinion. Let's just plug this in. There we go. Sorted. So we've got plenty of Zandri now. It's a bit watery, but it'll be fine. All right, let's get this guy edge highlighted. So yeah, it's not just easier, it's night and day. It's night and day when the chat is moving. It's just completely different creatures. But I do find as well, when the chat's going, I get less painting done. What I do is I just go quiet and I'm like, right, knuckle down, just get some painting done. But it is possible to do both. But my favourite is being able to talk and paint, because then it feels like you're doing nothing at all. It's amazing. Like right now, like I'm really enjoying just highlighting this brown and talking. But now I've got nothing else to talk about, you know? So I'd just be waffling on for the sake of it, and I don't want to do that because I don't have anything. Yeah, easy when the chat's moving along. So it would seem that... So how long was that? How long did I talk for and then looked at the chat? That was about 20, 25 seconds, was it? So maybe it's not even about... Yeah, there's a certain level of frequency. That's more than edge highlighting I'm doing. That's outright blocking that in. Do I? Good, because it's quite absent-minded. It's nice because after the stream now, multiple times I've just looked in here when I've got a spare moment. And I've been like I pick up the models I've painted and I'll be like, oh, I did that. And it's just, yeah. And I'm pretty sure it will translate to playing the games as well. I'm pretty sure this will move up as well, and I will actually play the games. That's the direction I'm definitely going. And it's good that I progress as well as talking, so that's really nice. There's a bit too much moisture on that. I need some more pigment. I was kind of hoping... I know it's really early in the morning now for Francois, but I was kind of hoping he'd come on. I got a bit paranoid. I felt like I might have dismissed his or sounded like I was dismissing his ideas, because he's making some really good suggestions, but then I was like disagreeing with them, and hopefully he didn't take it personal. I worry that I was batting ideas around with him too soon after having only just met him. Well, that's good, Arcanine. It is very much... I feel like we kind of... You helped me as well, because like, especially like the Killer Can, for example, immediately springs to mind. Like, we really stumbled through into that one. And I am trying to make an active point of mentioning and showing what colours I'm using as well. And so that's really good. It's nice that you're learning something, because it is about the painting. I just really enjoy painting. But it's the communication now that's really good. that's like the next stage, clearly, of me being able to paint. And as we said earlier as well, the being able to talk through an issue, to talk it out loud. Yeah, we now know, we can confirm that initially starting, that little anxiety can immediately be solved by what I do is I immediately crack out the black and paint the lip of the model, as if just to get started, just that initial start painting. And then we also know that there's a certain point on a model, because we've had it happen multiple times now, where you're like, oh, I don't like this, something's wrong, something doesn't feel right. But then we push through it, and we're like, oh, this is amazing. And we've had that happen multiple times. We had it with the Neuralictor, we had it with the Ravager. Oh, there's a blob that's got in there. Can I get that with a finger? Yeah, good. So we know that there's also a point in painting a model, and then if you get through that, it comes out really nice the other side. We've had that multiple times. So we know that these are phenomenons. But it depends on what you consider good. Like, I don't consider myself good. If I like fixing the hair on these guys, makes me think that this is a lot better. But I mean, like, I didn't do well at the painting contest, so it's relative, isn't it? Like, the stuff there I thought was fantastic, and I scored really low. So it's I don't know. How would you define good? I like everything in my cabinet. There's some really old stuff in there, but I like seeing it because that's like my level of skill at that time. It's like, it's about the progress. Nothing's going to be perfect all the time. I know that firsthand. That was some really nice edge highlights. I did those 3 straps. That's another thing, like being able to just do it whilst talking. If anything, it makes you a little bit more steady because you're not like ultra focused on it. There's something in that as well. Boop. If you were to get a kit, oh, I got that leg there. If you were to get a kit, what would you get? What would be your first thing? Like, for example, Schmitters he really likes Italian warplanes, World War II planes. What would be your model kit? What would be your first one? Yeah, and there's something to get excited about there, because I'm nothing special. So we've seen the amount of time committed and how it's progressed. It's not been a long amount of time. Like, when you put together all the streams, so maybe 15 hours of painting. So that's doable. But I certainly wouldn't be painting this much if I wasn't combining it with the stream, because the channel is another hobby. So, and then, as I keep saying, the social as well, being able to talk, like, we all need that. I know I keep saying it every stream, but I'm just really pleased. There's a little bit of hair in there, but it's already got some on, but I'm going to put a bit more there. I think progress has been made, for sure. And I think the speed is coming up as well. I've noticed an increase in speed. I've noticed that as well. I've noticed that I've got a little bit nippier with doing the edge highlights and stuff, which is nice. And then we'll probably branch out into newer stuff as well. I've still got some blocks though, like transfers. I'm still intimidated by those. Big time intimidated with transfers. And really clean painting as well, like really smooth lines. Still quite intimidating, but I figure with time. Battletech models, but man, the price of those is not cheap, and they have some. Should we go across you? Yeah, getting stuff into the US is tough. You definitely pay a lot more for your. You get a little bit screwed over there in getting stuff over from Europe. That is tough. Yeah, it sucks. It's not as bad as Australia, but it's not far off. Australia being the worst. They have to pay some extortionate amounts. Oh, getting stuff from the US. What, you can't get Battletech stuff in Europe? You must be able to. I think there's something we can do about that. I think that the possibility is there. I think you can get stuff from US and Europe. Yeah, tariffs do go both ways, it's true. That is true. Yeah, I got that wrong, didn't I? It's not one way. Boop. Oh. 100 euros of minis cost 150 in shipping. Wow, that's a lot of extra money just for shipping. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but it would totally put me off buying small orders. You'd have to go really big with the orders to justify that much shipping costs. Yeah, hence why I'd never bought stuff from them. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, a friend with a 3D printer. A friend with a 3D printer, because then you don't have to suffer the chemicals and they can do it for you. So that's, yeah. A friend with a 3D printer nowadays would be a friend who's super into 3D printing, even. That's quite the blob mistake at the bottom of that cape, but I'm just going to leave it. Oh, it's coming off. Oh, I completely mucked that up. There was like a little blob on the end. I thought I'd be all right, but I'm just gonna ignore that bit. I don't think I'll notice it. I think I want to move on. Oh yeah, and there's discount retailers in the EU. There are places you can get discounts. You're hungry, right? So you could pay 17 on shipping and get 20% off. There's a German website that would give you 17 euro shipping, and they do 20% off. And then you've got Wayland, which would import from England, and you get more than 20% by the looks of it, but you pay 30 on the postage. And I'm sure they deliver to Hungary. They deliver to Finland, so I think they deliver to Hungary as well. I think the issue with resin printing is not only is it all toxic, but also how many prints will you have to trial and error and get through, and you mess up, and then you have like messed up prints, and you have to get into all the stats and figures. And I feel like resin printing is a little bit like OBS. Like you've got to have to be super into it to get it right. And you've also spent on the printer. I don't think it's necessarily easily accessible. I think it could be quite a nightmare if you can't get stuff printing right, and you've got clean nozzles and make sure you've got enough right resins and all that stuff, and all the extra stuff that you might not be aware of. And then like if it fluffs up mid print, you've burned that time. So it's and a good printer's not cheap as well. Yeah, there's that too. Like I think a friend who's obsessed with printing would be the way to go. Yeah. So done, not done, not done. Well, I guess that depends on the printer, really. Dance videos. Yeah, it depends on the printer, I guess. That's the thing. If you get it right and you're printing off a lot, I mean, I think it would make its money back quite quick. It's just getting it up to that point, you know? That's the thing. Getting it up to speed, I think, is where the real pain is going to be. Pros and cons, really. It depends where you want to. Yeah. I don't think I will ever print because the issue is you spend all the time, but I don't even like working in resin anyway because you have to super glue it, pin it, clean it, and I drop stuff, you know, and you know if it's a super glue bond, it can break apart. So, yeah, so I wouldn't invest in trying to print in 3D printing because the end result isn't even something I want, you know. Oh. Done. There's a little strap up there that needs a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, who does that? I did start rather early today. It showed no one was on. Yeah, I did start really early on a weekday of all times. Yeah, I started pretty early today. I just had the opportunity to do so today. I didn't have anything else, so I thought I'd hop on. Because yesterday we discovered a new brown combination, and so I wanted to kind of spruce up these guys, and now it's getting to the point where they're getting very, very close to being done. And also we managed to figure out what to do with the horns on these guys, and the combination of those two factors have really come together. So I now feel like I really like these guys. I feel like it's really come together, and it's just pretty delish. First prints fail. I reckon there's a lot of failing with prints initially. Resin adhesion printing isn't as bad as the before you get your money back. Makes it seem to be fair. You just run 2 to 4 calibration runs with the detail plates. They print very specific little bits. Oh, okay. Oh, and based on how they turn out, lets you know what's wrong. Well, that's interesting. So if you do to these 2 to 4 calibration runs, right? Once it's calibrated, can you just crank those out at super speeds? I'm thinking skulls, you know, because there's never enough skulls. What kind of printer is that? Oh, I mean, but we're talking rich man's game here, like, because you have to have the space for it as well, you know. But that does sound a lot more. That does sound a lot more accessible. To be honest, that does sound a lot better. Right, come on, table. Let's get your foot down off this stool and crack on with these edge highlights. You're getting there now. You're almost done with this one. Let's pick up some speed. Oh. Okay, that was deliberate. It's just a feature now. And then you. Don't know why I'm worrying about the underside so much on this one. Okay, let's just do the handle. The end there needs some null oil as well, so we might have to do like a big bit on the hand there. Bugger, I need a brush. Oh, it's got paint on it. The first brush I reach for is Dirty Great Massive one. Okay, but it did the job. It got it off. Okay, fine. Good. That was crisis avoided. It's left a bit of hair on the model though, but it's fine. Okay, so that's done. Just the hair, right? Oh no, there's this other hand and the pole, flagpole itself. You don't actually, depending on the printer, the exposure is UV light, being exposed to resin and curing it in real time essentially. You need to wash them off and let them sit for a bit, but no. More than any filament printer. It sounds all right. That does sound a lot better. I don't feel like that sounds terrible. I'm going to put this brush in water actually. Oh, my spine. Oh. I don't know why I edge highlight with such a large brush. I'm going to use the old synthetic. What is once in a six side? Where are we? Done. Flagpole. So with these ones, I'm just going to do like a dot here and there on this. It doesn't even need to be super specific. I feel you can just get away with doing that, just bringing up any old edge. I feel like that's all that needs. You know? Now this one. That's all that needs, isn't it? That's really all that needs. Okay, so now we're just doing the hair on this guy. All right. Well, I mean, I'm leaning away from watching stuff on YouTube because of the amount of ads I'm hit by, and the amount of ads that are AI generated is just awful. And considering I'm normally doing something whilst I'm watching, like I have to step away from what I'm doing and go to skip the ads, and it's just bugger. Just leave that. I'll just do that dot back on. I'm not going to worry about that too much. Yeah, I have to move away from it. It's too much ads. I can't do with it. I've never liked advertising anyway. I don't understand why they are the way they are, and the minds behind ads, and why I don't understand the concept of how them being like that. Like, take any toothpaste advert or any shampoo advert. I don't understand who they're for and why they're like that. I don't get it. It's just, I don't like ads, and AI ones just feel truly soulless. Say for a good resin printer, resin start, you may invest, say, 400 quid, but for example, you would cover the average 5 warhammer boxes. And you use now to watch old war films because they are just too many ads. And you don't use an ad blocker, no. Wait, the government recommend an ad blocker? Yeah. No, I don't use an ad blocker, but you haven't seen an ad since 2018. How much do you pay for your ad blocker? I assume that you have to pay for them. uBlock is free. A free extension for what? Firefox? I might have to look into this. Oh. I mean, I prefer just to not watch so much. It's a bit watery. Oh, there's quite a lot of water in this Xandri. Got a little bit of an issue here. Shorts are a constant battle. I've done myself a huge favour getting off shorts because I realised that I was wasting time and I'd watch like 80 shorts and I might go on one, but it's all, you can't stop yourself. Like you want that little dopamine hit, and that the next one might be the one. But yeah, shorts are just awful. But it was the AI ads popping up that really crushed it for me. I can't do AI ads. It's just too much. There's no person behind it, and that brings us back around to me being on here. You need, like, where are the people? What's the theory? Dead internet theory? Like, I need it to be a person, you know? Like, I take a human-made ad over an AI ad, but even so, they're both awful. Yeah, it's too easy. It's too easy. It's like when you get the shorts right, and it's like a video, but then the bottom quarter or part of the video is just someone sitting in a chair. Like, what is that? How is you sitting in the chair making this video any more exciting? What it is that you can take a video that's funny and put you at the bottom of it and then call it original. Like, what is that? Like, I don't get it. And I'm not even convinced these people are like real people. Like, I don't believe they're actual real content creators. It just seems... Yeah, I feel like you've really got to search for nice places on the internet. You've really got to get either really lucky. Like, I don't know. Like, where's the friggin' human interaction? They're real. The ones that sit there. The ones that sit there are real. Oh my god. Like, do something. But I guess it's easier just to sit in a chair and look like a turnip, I guess. I can't believe they're real. That's rough. Like, oh yeah, that's rough. Just a little bit more on here. Okay, that's one side. Yeah, reactions. Yeah, reactions is... It's very easy. But there's clearly something in it. Like, they're the viewers' friends. Of course, the viewers want to watch and see the content. Parasocial maxing. Oh, there's a lot of terms getting thrown around that I have no idea what they are. Parasocial maxing. Is it their friends? It's their friend on it. Yeah, I guess they're... Oh, I don't know. How does it work? How does it work? Ah, Arcanine. We did have a great idea, though. So, we were talking a lot about table trades, and Francois was telling us about memberships. He was, like, advocating for memberships. And I wasn't so keen on it, but it may be in the future, long down the line. But one of the perks we thought of having to do was to write your name on one of the models. So, like, when we eventually get into a game, the example would be like Schmitter's the Gene Stealer running around vents trying to chomp people down. And I thought the idea of having named models in a streamed match would be hilarious. It adds another layer of entertainment, because I feel like with the streaming as well, we're kind of creating in jokes. And I like that. We're creating in jokes. We've got Cow with the carrot. I hope he comes back, because I thought of a joke, a carrot theft joke, but I don't know if he's going to come back. But and like with Arcanine being like, when we first started, him being a little savior and keeping the chat going for me and being a little legend in that respect, and like we're essentially making in jokes just by hanging out. We are in turn coming up with little gags and little jokes that we all get, and I don't know, I think it's like what people need. We need a little bit of social, we need a little bit of laughing, and like me saying Ant was how Ant sounded when he first joined Discord, complete fabrication. He didn't sound like that at all, but we can all share in the gag. But yeah, named models. I love the idea. I really love the idea. And I'm also thinking, like, this is much further down the line, right? So say we get Secundus open, right? Say we get Secundus open, we get it all painted, and we've named like the two sides. What I would do is I'd probably book out like a cheapo hotel that has a table and set this stream up and get the board out, and I'd sit there and play a game, and I'd drink some beers and it would be sort of like we're playing the game, but because we're in different parts of the world, it's on a live stream. But then we could have the named miniatures actually playing the game, and we can actually play the, like, we're playing the game and hanging out, but we're not. It's like a living room, but not a living room. Does that make sense? You know, that's kind of like my theory. And then we could get to talking about the rules, and we could actually get a game going. Maybe even the people in the stream could dictate what one side does. That's in the future. It does sound interesting, isn't it? But it's also completely alien. I have no idea how the rules work. I'm simply going, these two are the front runners because Necromunda was half the price, so that's the front runner. But they're also small team games. You know, there's small groups of models. Essentially, it could happen as soon as they're assembled. But we have like, that's like the entry level point. So that's kind of for the future. That's what I'm thinking. And it's nice to have that kind of like pipe dream, that little possibility in the future. Yeah, a lot of pieces have to fall into place. But 12 days ago, I had no idea I was going to be streaming every day. Didn't know. But certain pieces fell into place, and then it happened. It's just great. I'm thinking that this is very close to being done. I'm not even sure I'm going to do anything with the horns, because that corn red with the null oil gives it a little bit of a sheen and makes them look a little fleshy, and I might just leave them like that, to be honest, because there's enough red on there already. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with it. That brown we found yesterday. So he needs a bit of null oil. Edge highlight that. Okay, I am happy to edge highlight the axe, but with what? What should I edge highlight it with? What do you want? I'm happy to do it. Just tell me with what. What do you want me to edge highlight it with? A bright silver? I'm happy to do it. Happy to do it. You tell me what, and I'll do it. And this guy, he doesn't have brown highlights, but he's looking pretty close to done, and the base as well. But he's done. Oh, he needs a little bit of null oil on the inside of that axe. A metallic silver. You got it. I can do that for you. Let me get this null oil on, those two bits that I mentioned, and I'll do that silver for you, okay? I'll do it for you. I'm not adverse to doing a little bit of edge highlighting. I've got just the silver in mind. I'm just going to null oil that edge in there. There we go. And then the handle of the axe on this one. And I'll crack out the silver. Have I still got coffee? Oh no, I drank it ages ago. There we go. I'm so much more pleased with them. They're such a... Oh, they've come out so much better. Right, silver. Let's find that silver. I know what it is. It's Runefang steel. Runefang steel. I've definitely got one. Here it is. There we go. Runefang steel. There you go. So I'll just put a smidge. What I can do is I can highlight all of the axes. Oh, it's really watery. It's a bit weird. It looks like it's separated. Oh, it mixes in okay. Just give me a sec. It's gone a bit. You have to really mix it around. It's like the pigment has separated from it, but I've been able to get it back in there. So that's a lot I've put on there. That's way too much on the palette. I am really pleased. I am really pleased with them. But there's a point. There seems to be a point. Have you got a massager or paint jostler? I've got a vortex mixer. Yep, I have. It's right here. Look, it's just not plugged in because I'm charging the phone. But there he is, right there. It's super useful, and I find that combined with throwing a ball bearing in the paint works wonders. The Runefang. Oh, it does have a... Yeah, I've marked the ones with a ball bearing, so it has one in there. But the only reason it didn't get vortexed is because I've unplugged it to charge the phone. Right, that's quite a lot of silver on that brush. Let's give you that edge highlight on the axe now. Let's do that for you. Let's line that up so you can see. There we go. Just for you. There we go. And there's a few little lines there, little chips. So I'm just gonna try and neatly put a bit of silver on either side on those. For some reason this is proving quite a difficult angle to do it. I think less is more with those. I don't think I want to do... Hang on a second. I want to come in and fix this one ever so slightly. It's a bit thick. Oh, yeah, that doesn't look right, that one. Something about that one doesn't look right. I'm just making it bigger. I don't like that one. I'll try and tone it down a bit. There we go. A wider based paint handle. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. What's wrong with this? Oh, blast. I don't like that at all. I'm just going to stick with the edge. Forget what I was doing with that. I'm going to stick with just the edge. I'm going to do this top bit though. These bits as well I'm just going to do these side on and just put a little bit on there like that. No, I've never heard of those actually. Oh, you mean like the for the model? Yeah, I've got a few of those. Could I do that bit as well? Yeah, that looks better. Ah, yeah. Bit of sponge would be... Yeah, a bit of sponge would do good. I'm just going to do these little bits here. I think that's enough for that. That bit looks a bit... I don't like that bit so much, but... Yeah, I don't like that so much. But hey, live and learn. Let's do the axis like I've done on that one, on these ones, and then work on the next ones more. So here we are. We go here. Oh, that's a big old highlight. There we go. And then just this bit. Oh, who's that? Okay, Stern Guard. Stern Guard veteran is down. A little bit will do you for those bits. I'm going to do the underside just for the practice. You know what? You are absolutely right to put a bit of silver on this. You are absolutely right that that was the right call. Yeah, that's you can probably... I can probably up my game with that as well, but for now I think I'm just going to do a little bit. But you're right. You're absolutely right in that looks better. What I should do, I think, is that I think this is going to be the next stage. I think I will end up highlighting metallics, because at the moment I just do lead belcher and then null oil. But I think this will be, if I'm doing edge highlights for everything else, yeah, I agree. And as everything else is edge highlighted on these ones, yeah, I agree. But Francois said, you know, how much time do you want to spend on a model, really? You know, like, it depends on what your goal is. Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, I've been edge highlighting everything else. I've just been copping out on the silver. But now that we've done it, I think it's going to be a thing from here on. I think I will. Okay, there we go. A little bit of silver on those. I'm not going to do a lot, but I think that's probably where I'm pretty weak with doing metallic edge highlighting. But I think for now that's fine. That's all three of those done. So where are we at? I think one more needs Xandri Dust highlights, and I think if you want a table for play, highlighted weapon is fine. But say Space Marines, every panel being edged, not even metallic, makes it look incredible. As I don't really play it. Yep. Yeah, agreed. It depends. Okay, so I would say that this one needs a base. This one is done. This one needs a base. This one is done. But if I edge highlight the browns on the other one, and then there's a little tactical rock that needs doing, then these guys are pretty close to being done. His teeth need doing, but all I'm going to do is go in with a tiny bit of Corex white on the teeth. Oh, I dropped it again. That's why I don't work with resin. Dropping these things all the time. You can go on there. And you can join him again. There you go. What was it? Corex white. So we are just 9 minutes away from having done the longest. What? It's 10 to 1? I'm going to run out of time anyway. Jeez, is it really 10 to 1? What a difference having an active chat makes. Because last time I checked, it was 10 to 11. And now look at it. It's just gone like that. What did I want? Corex white. Yeah, exactly, Arcanine. Time flies when you've got people in chat. That's the thing. Time flies because it's not the same. When people are in chat, it's wonderful. I'm in Finland, so I just want to do ever so slightly. I don't want this to go on the gums, but it doesn't need much on the teeth. But I just want to do them individually. I don't care that they're shiny white. I just want them to stand out. So far so good with these. And then last one. There we go. That's what it needs. That's what it needs for the teeth. Dark Addiction. Why are you starting to sound like someone I know? I used to know somebody that went by the name Dark. Now I'm a little suspicious, but you weren't. Yeah, but I'm thinking something. I'm thinking something now. Yeah. I'm suspicious. I think I know you. I think I might know you. It all depends on what you say next, frankly. Right, what are we on now? Done teeth. Sandry dust highlighting. And what I might also do is I might cheat. Yeah, I know who you are. No way. Wow, that's a little bit of a friggin' that's a little bit of a friggin' cheeky reveal. You didn't mention it at all. You just hung out. You just hung out, and then after time, well, you're bloody welcome. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. And I don't even need to say. I don't even need to say who you are. I don't even need to say it out loud. I know who you are. Don't even need to say. Wow, how are you doing, man? Yeah, it's only been 12 or 13 years. It's true. Only been absolutely friggin' ages. Oh, amazing. What a nice little reveal. You little crafty bugger. You did that in some kind of... You little crafty... That's so good. Man. That is... what a treat. All right, all things considered. I mean, what more could we hope for, you know? We just got to keep on keeping on. It's rough, though. I feel ya. It's rough. But there's not much we can do. We just got to keep on. Where's my Xandri? I don't know which one's Xandri anymore. There we go. So all I'm going to do with this rock is paint it Xandri dust and then just put a wash on it. That's all I'm going to do. Dark, I didn't know you collected Warhammer. I did not know that. But then again, I haven't spoken to you in ages. You collect? If so, what armies? I'd like to know. Appreciate the edge highlights. I can't friggin' believe it's you. That's bonkers. Totally didn't see it. Man. Right, Tactical Rock's done. Xandri Dust highlights. Dark, I need to get you on a draw. You don't have a choice. It's to win a prize. But I need to put your name on the draw. Hang on a second. Let me just go up here. So let's do this. So I've got to put OG dark because you were the original one and there was a few after you. So you're now in the draw. There's 6 people. Basically, it's €55 model. I'm going to give it away if we hit 55 active viewers. That will like initiate the draw. And it's just a random number generator. So you've got a 1 in 6 chance at the moment, which is pretty good odds, really. But you're on it. You don't have a choice. You're in it. Okay. I'm not. You just on it now. Okay. No disagreements. You might have to pay postage, but if I'm feeling really flush, I might be able to pay postage. I can't promise. Glad to see you still pushing content. Well, it's pure fluke, Dark, because obviously we've been around for years, but it's just pure fluke. Got a new phone. Got sent a message from YouTube about their new streaming feature. Gave it a go. It works super conveniently, and this has only been going on for like 10 days, roughly. But I'm bloody glad I'm doing it, frankly. We've got loads of models painted. So that's what we're doing. And the giveaway is new today as well. So I've written it down, hang on. I even made notes because I was trying to figure out yesterday with people on stream how to do this. It's a Arachnae, ARAKNAE, however you say that, quad accelerator platform. And to be honest, it's a nice model, so I kind of don't want to give it away. So that's why it's 55, because it's €55, 55 active watchers. So if we don't get there, I get to keep it. And I guess if it goes on, if we stay under 55 for absolutely ages, I'll just assemble it myself. So Zandri, that should be enough for one model's worth of edge highlights. Yeah, the Saturnine 30K one, yeah. So what we're doing is, there's currently 2. The one I will definitely commit to is the quad platform, right? I'll do that for 55. But then there's the Saturnine Dreadnought, and that's on the Warhammer store for 90. So if we pass the 55, if it went straight to 90 people watching, then it would be double draw. It would be the quad laser and the Saturnine Dreadnought, and I will give them away. Like I say, you might have to pay for postage, but you can donate it into the chat. It will take 1 day because I have to box the item, go to the post office, say how much to post to this address, and then come back on the following day's stream and say, hey, it's this much. And then if you want it, you can just donate the postage cost to the stream. And then what I'll do is at the end of the stream, I'll go post it. That's what we're thinking. But yeah, so it's the Saturnine quad laser and the Dreadnought, I've decided. If I ever have a Dreadnought, I think I've got about 8 box noughts. But I don't like the Brutalis. I'm not a fan. I don't think they're particularly good. I don't like them. They went the right way with the proportions from Firstborn to Primaris, but they went the wrong way from Dreadnoughts, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, I mean, I like the Dreadnought, but at the same time, so I've got this thing called table trades, right? But I've all my money is tied up in these boxes, which I think I paid too much for. So I got the Saturnine box, Kill Team Typhon, Necromunda Secundus, and an Orc and Goblin Tribes Battalion. And I want to open them, or I've got to trade them so I can free up the cash to buy other stuff. So I have to figure out a way to get the Secundus box opened. And I'm thinking doing live streams, and if I do a giveaway and it gets loads of people in, then maybe the YouTube algorithm will pick that up. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, well, you're in the draw now, Dark. We're just waiting on more people to be in the stream. But you're on the draw list. And also, Dark, that list I think will be a forever list. All the rules are is it shouldn't. Hopefully, it doesn't break the terms of service. You have to be on the stream during the draw. It has to be over the number, so 55 for the first one, active, the draw will be at the end of the stream, and I'll put the people on the list for a random number generator. And once you hear the postage costs, you don't have to accept it. It will go to the draw. You have to be on the stream to accept it. You get 5 minutes from the draw to come and claim it. And that's as far as I got. I think that's a great thing. The way I designed it was like, I thought of me at my poorest, and I'd be like, what would I really like? And the idea of a free model, I think sounds pretty cool. That's my thought on it. But yeah, I kind of want to open it though. let's do these edge highlights. Get these edge highlights done. There we are. Okay, so I think I'll start at the bottom, work my way up. Yeah, well, you know, I just the theory behind it is like, if the general rule of thumb is me at my lowest point, what would be something that would be really nice to have happen to me, and that's what I kind of went with. So you know, people watch and it might kick off the ad revenue maybe, but at the same time I get to do something nice. So it was like, it's a theory that I'm with the quad laser to give it a whirl, and I think people would like it. I know I would like it, and that's, well, like I say, that's the yardstick that I'm measuring it against. So yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I'm going to go with. I mean, if you were super keen, if you were one of the people on the draw list, you would think about trying to log in other accounts and get them on the stream. You could probably bump the numbers, but I'm pretty sure that's not something you should do. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's something I'd get in trouble for. I'm not recommending doing that, but to unlock the draw itself, I guess. But then you're multiple end. Oh no, that doesn't work. I don't think you can cheese it. I don't think it can be cheesed, which is good. Just want to do something nice. I just want to do something nice. You can, can't it? Yeah. I thought as soon as it was coming out my mouth, I was like, hang on, yeah, this doesn't sound like it's a legit okay thing to do. Yeah, I thought as much. Is it botting? That's what it is. Yeah. Okay, I was going back to my Eve roots there of having multiple accounts. Let's do there. Yeah, okay. If multiple people are telling me it's not a good idea, then that tells me it's not a good idea. As a general rule of thumb, if people are telling me, multiple people are telling me don't do that, it's you can listen to them, you know? You should listen to that. Yeah, real viewers are not just numbers. Yeah, I was just thinking from the point of view of the people in the draw wanting to unlock the draw so the prize is given out. You know, that's what I was thinking. But I don't want bot numbers of people. What I want is that conversation, because that's where time flies. Because those 2 hours just evaporated, and now I'm going to turn the stream off and feel great, as opposed to if I turned it off when it was at its lowest point before people started chatting. So let's do those hooves there. Just a couple of lines will do, yeah. I didn't think starting today's stream that we'd break the back of these guys, which is great. It's nice that this has happened. There's a lot. I tell you what, the streaming does leave yourself open for lots of happy accidents. Like lots of things that you weren't like expecting to have happen that just happened to happen. Like if it's just like there's a real organic nature to it. It's not like a vid where you've got like, right, this is my set plan. It's only me in it. I'm going to go do it. It's very different in that respect. That you don't know once you turn it on where you're going to end up and what you're going to end up doing. To be honest, going into this one, I thought I was doing ogres. I thought I was going to be doing ogres. But instead, I finished an Iron Warrior and did anything but ogres. But without doing the ogres yesterday, I wouldn't have come up with the brown. So it's just nice. I like that. It's fluid. It's got that element to it. I need to touch up that bit a little bit. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Did you find here's a thing. You know when you first started streaming and you felt a little bit awkward, did that shift over time? Because I think it will shift. As Arcane knows, like the idea is to do this so frequently that it's just common, it's just second nature. And I reckon it will shift. And I would even go one further and to say I'm starting to notice a shift. I'm no longer crapping my pants when I press start. It's more like it happened quite quickly as well. It's like I want to be on, and you turn the stream on and you're like, here we are. This is better. This is where I want to be. And I'm noticing that shift. So, I say, do you think that, or did it happen? But I'm already saying I think it's going to happen. I think I just answered the own question. Sorry about that, Dark. I just rambled there. Let's do here. Zum. A little bit on there. The main being awkward part for me came from the silence of not having the conversation when it's a little dead. Streaming is a very small game, close-knit community that helped. Yeah, that's killer. But I can survive it. Before, it was 40 minutes and I'd fall apart. But what I do in those moments, like I did this morning, you just concentrate on the painting. That's what I do. And I'm like, right, let's get my head down and get some serious progress done. So that's what I'm doing. But yeah, it's rough. I don't know if that phenomenon has a name, but I'm going to call it Billy No Mate syndrome. So when it's Billy No Mate syndrome, I just knuckle down and paint. But I mean, if it's not painting you're doing, I don't know, but there's a big old white bit there. I'm just going to fill that in with this. I'm not going to bother getting another colour out. Let's just do a little bit there, a little bit there, and where's my... Where are we at? We're here. It's a little bit of a mess, this tail. I will be honest, it's not... You can clearly see that I was just like getting the paint on. It's quite hard to edge highlight that bit. There's not much I can do with it, but it's got a little token bit on, which is fine. I might do ever so slightly on the back of that hoof. Where are we now? That bit here. I'm going to just top that up a bit. There we go. There. Just get going across here. A little bit off on that bit. A lot off on that bit. So much so that I've got to clean that off. Yeah, that was really bad, that bit. I'm starting to flag a bit. I feel like I'm trying to force myself through this edge highlighting. I think I might be done. I think I'm going to wrap it up. Oh, we went over 4 hours. I think that last edge highlighting, but if I quit on a mistake, it will be better if we power through. I don't want to quit on a mistake. I'm going to stay. I'm going to persevere. Let's just go for it. Let's get this edge highlighting done. Don't quit on a negative. I'm gonna get it done. There we go. Almost went then, guys. Almost just gave up. Okay, tail, strap here. Do that. Yeah, I'm thinking get it finished. I'm thinking it's just the very, very end. So if I can just stay the course and just get these little bits done. It's not a lot of paint that's got to go on. And then I think ultimately we'll all feel better for having done it. And it won't be a case of having to go back to it. A little bit there. So robe, leg, yes, yes, yes. Tail, yes. Let's move around a little bit. So there's this wrist guard thing, whose name I don't know. This belt here, a little bit going on that leg. I'm going to use a different brush to get rid of that. Let's just get that off. Okay, it's not coming off. Okay, forget about it. We'll just leave it. Just little bits, just little bits. Everything else is done. Whoop. I'm just going to turn it a little bit because I'm hitting the box with the other end of the brush. Can I get in there and do that a little bit? Yeah, just needs a little bit. The speed of edge highlighting and the fact that I can even do this, I can even be like, you know what, just bez through the edge highlights, definitely shows it's improved. And as Arcane said, he's noticed a difference as well in the painting. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, yeah, that's a bit, it's a bit janky. And then this bit, just these bits. I always thought these bits were intimidating, but they're actually incredibly easy. If you just do along a line like that, you can really bring out the bits. There we go. And then a little bit on here. So we've got these straps in here as well. Let's just get in and do those. Oh, just clipped that horn ever so slightly. So axe done, wrists done, beard and hair. That was actually really fast. That was nowhere near as bad. That was nowhere near as bad as I thought, actually. So let's just go like this and this. And I get to cover up that red. Remember I painted that bit of beard red? I've been able to go in there and just hide that a little bit more. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that it's there. So just this bit of hair. And then we just do just ever so slightly bits of colour. Thanks, Arcane. Yeah, I do feel like it's good for me to be doing these. I do feel like it's healthy. I think it is helping me. I'm in better moods when I come off stream as well. I do think this is something for me. I think it's rewarding that I get to paint. I want to, as long as it's got the momentum and the progress that appeals to me so much in my hobbies, like there's the development and like we move on to the new stepping stones and stuff. As long as that stays, I think we're golden. I think it's ideal. I am going to crack open one of these boxes. I'm pretty certain we're going to go that way. Let's just do ever so slightly. There we go. Whoop. That's one side. Just ever so slightly do a bit in there. There we go. And then just the other side of the mane, and we are good. I will put ink on the rock as well. I will ink the rock as well before I go. And then we can go ahead and call that done. Right. If you haven't already, if you feel me deserving of a like and you haven't already, I'd love one. If you'd like to slap one on so we can try and shake up this algorithm to love me, that would be swell if you haven't already. If you have, thank you. Appreciate that. If we can stir up something with YouTube and get me recommended, then that would be absolutely brilliant. There we go. Hair done. A little bit patchy, but it's hair, so I can live with that. Right, let's just get some Agrax Earthshade on that rock, and then we're good. That really didn't take so long. Oh yeah, I know you have Arcane. You friggin' reliable as hell, you are. Agrax Earthshade. So any old brush will do for this. Thank you. I just saw it go up, so thank you very much, that person. Appreciate that. I do forget to ask for that. So we're just going to do the rock like this. What I will do is I'll ink the base with blood some other time and bring it up to speed. But I just want to show all three of these on screen once I've done this rock. I know it's a very lazy way of doing rock, but I mean it's a friggin' rock. I don't need it to be. I don't want it to look super neat. There we go, that's all it needs. So, let's just have a little look-see. So there's one. I'd say he looks pretty good. DefTech really did ace it with the horns being red. I think that could be a proxy for a great many things. So there's one, and then we've got this one. Completed. Yeah. And then we got this one as well. There we go. So I'm noticing that guys are diving off my Lazy Susan when there's a little bit of metal pipe there that's knocking them off. There we go. And there's the last one. There we go. I did not think they were going to get done today. That is immense. I'm friggin' chuffed to bits with that. I'll leave them down here because we have to do the bases, but they'll be perfect for the beginning of a live stream. after all said and done. Right, there we go. Well, guys, I will say this as well. You might see me later on invest in some sandy and snowy texture pastes. Well, it's the invest, Dark. It's the usual issue. Man unlimited means. That's why I'm asking for the likes. If we can pump that up, then we go from there. But for now, it's art of the possible, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate the compliment. Yeah, I do think it went pretty well. Things are definitely improving. I think I'm onto something here. What's the saying? Lightning in a bottle? I feel like I'm onto something. You'll probably see me later on. If I'm on, then if I'm on, I'm on, basically. But in the meantime, thank you guys for being around. And the most important thing, thanks for talking. That's the main thing. Thanks for just interacting. That's the biggest thing. So I'll catch you later on. Thanks, guys. Love you. Bye.